The day's last light had long since bled away beyond the horizon, leaving in its wake a deep and silent indigo. Outside the window, the world had settled into a profound hush, the kind of stillness that seemed to breathe, to listen. Stars pricked the vast expanse of the night sky, not with a harsh glare, but with a gentle, distant shimmer, like promises whispered across the ages. The moon, a sliver of polished pearl, cast a soft, silver wash over the sleeping earth, touching the leaves of the trees and the blades of grass with a tranquil grace. It was a scene crafted for surrender, an open invitation to lay down the heavy, tangled threads of the day. Within the quiet of the room, the air itself felt different, thicker with peace, thinner on worry. The frantic pace of hours passed, the clamor of demands and deadlines, the echoes of conversations and concerns, all of it began to soften at the edges, their sharp outlines blurred by the enveloping night. This was the threshold of rest, a sacred space where the soul could finally exhale. The weight that had settled on weary shoulders throughout the long hours now felt less like a burden and more like a cloak that could be gently removed, fold by fold, and laid aside. Each anxious thought, each nagging fear about tomorrow was like a pebble carried in a pocket. And here, in this stillness, one could empty those pockets, letting the stones fall away into the soft soil of trust. This was not merely the absence of noise, but the presence of something far greater. It was an active, waiting quiet, a divine patience that filled the space between heartbeats. It was the peace of God, not as a distant concept, but as a tangible reality, seeping into the cracks of a tired spirit, offering its profound and unshakable comfort. This peace did not demand an explanation for the day's troubles or a plan for the morning's challenges. It asked only for a yielding, a simple consent to be still, to be held. It was the promise that one did not have to stand guard through the dark hours, that vigilance could be relinquished into stronger, more capable hands. The night, so often a canvas for fear, was being repainted as a sanctuary, a wide and gentle embrace where the weary could find a refuge not made by human hands, a rest that reached deeper than bone and muscle, soothing the very core of one's being. In the quiet that follows surrender, a deeper truth begins to rise, as steady and reassuring as a heartbeat felt in the dark. From the ancient, well-worn paths of Scripture, a declaration echoes, simple in its phrasing, yet infinite in its comfort. The Lord is my shepherd. The words settle into the stillness, not as a new idea to be grasped, but as a primordial reality to be remembered, a truth as fundamental as the ground beneath one's feet and the air in one's lungs. It is an identity, a relationship that reorders the entire universe around a single, steadfast point of care. The soul, having laid down its burdens, now looks up and recognizes the one who has been leading all along. To call him shepherd is to acknowledge a specific kind of provision, one born of intimate knowledge and unwavering attention. A shepherd does not drive his flock from a distant hilltop. He walks among them, his voice a familiar sound, his presence a constant guarantee. He knows the texture of their wool, the particular limp of one, the tendency of another to stray. In the same way, This divine shepherd knows the contours of a weary heart, the hidden anxieties that gnaw, the secret hopes that flicker. Under his watch, the frantic striving for sufficiency ceases. The haunting sense of lack, the fear of not having enough, of not being enough, loses its power, for the statement, "I shall not want," is not a hopeful wish, but a settled fact of existence under his care. It is the end of a soul's hunger, the quenching of its deepest thirst. Every perceived deficiency is swallowed by the overwhelming truth of his comprehensive provision. This provision finds its expression in the most visceral and peaceful of images. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. The action is gentle, yet purposeful. It is an invitation to cease one's wandering and to rest in a place of abundance. The pastures are not merely green, they are lush, tender, and specifically chosen for their nourishment and safety. A sheep will not lie down if it is fearful, agitated, or hungry. The act of lying down is the ultimate sign of trust, a complete vulnerability that speaks of a satisfied stomach and a secure environment. The soul, invited into this pasture, finds its churning thoughts quieted, its fears soothed. It is a forced repose, not of tyranny, but of profound love, a divine insistence that it is safe to stop, to be still, to simply receive. From this place of restful abundance, he leads me beside the still waters. The guidance is as gentle as the rest. He does not drive toward turbulent rivers or treacherous seas, but toward quiet pools, where the surface is a perfect mirror of the sky above. The waters are still, not stagnant. They are deep, clear, and renewing. The journey to them is not a frantic race, but a paced and guided walk. The soul, having been rested in the green pastures, is now led to be refreshed at these tranquil shores. The stillness of the water reflects the stillness he cultivates within, a quietude that allows for reflection, for drinking deeply of a peace that the world cannot give and cannot take away. In the hush of the night, this leading feels like a quiet current of grace, pulling the heart away from the rocky shores of worry and into the calm, deep center of his presence, where every thirst is met and every ripple of fear is smoothed into a glassy calm. The soul, rested in the lush grass and refreshed by the quiet waters, does not remain static in its contentment. This divine provision is not an end in itself, but the very source from which a deeper work begins. The shepherd, having met the immediate and crying needs of the heart, now turns his attention to the wounds unseen, the weariness that has seeped into the spirit's marrow. He restores my soul. The words carry the gentle weight of a skilled hand mending a prized possession, a patient art of renewal. This restoration is not a hasty patch over a frayed edge, but a careful, thorough work of recreation. It is the slow infusion of strength into a weakened will, the soothing balm applied to the raw places scraped by regret and failure, the quiet realignment of a perspective knocked crooked by the world's constant pressure. In the green pasture, surrounded by abundance, the soul finds the space and the safety to be unmade and remade, to have its original music, dulled by dissonance, tuned back to its true and glorious pitch. This restoration has a purpose, a direction. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. The guidance continues, but the terrain shifts from the pastoral to the purposeful. The paths of righteousness are not the broad, easy highways of convenience or the meandering trails of self-interest. They are the ancient, well-trodden ways of truth, the narrow tracks that win through the complexities of life, marked by integrity, compassion, and obedience. They are paths that often require a choice, a turning away from the more appealing shortcuts of compromise. Yet, the shepherd does not point from a distance and command a solitary trek. He leads. He walks the path first, his footprints a sure guide in the soft earth. He knows every steep ascent, every hidden route, every fork in the road. The soul, now restored and clear-eyed, can follow with a confidence that is not its own, a trust born from the memory of his faithful provision in the pasture and by the stream. The journey is undertaken for his name's sake, a truth that anchors the wandering heart in something far greater than its own fleeting comfort or success. It is a reminder that this relationship, this guided life, is part of a grander story, a testament to the character of the shepherd himself. His reputation for faithfulness, his nature of steadfast love, is displayed in the very act of leading a fallible, often stumbling soul along these holy ways. The righteousness of the path is not a demand for flawless performance, but an invitation into a life that reflects the goodness of the one who leads it. Every step taken in trust, every choice aligned with his character, becomes a brushstroke in a portrait of his fidelity. The tranquil landscape through which the soul now travels, the rolling hills of grace, the quiet woods of wisdom, is not a random paradise, but a curated route designed to shape, to sanctify, and to showcase the profound and merciful leadership of the Lord, the Good Shepherd who never abandons his own to the trackless wild. The path from the green pastures does not always meander through sunlit meadows. Even the most faithfully followed trail must sometimes descend, winding down from the high, open places into the deep, shadowed valleys that lie between the mountains. The air grows cooler, the light dimmer. The familiar, comforting sounds of the flock and the shepherd's clear voice can seem muffled, absorbed by the looming rock faces and the dense, low-hanging mist. It is here, in this place of shadows and uncertain footing, that the heart's deepest fears begin to stir, whispering of danger, of isolation, of a presence that has withdrawn. This is the valley of the shadow of death, a terrain not of literal demise, but of every kind of dying, the death of hope, the death of security, the death of light itself. It is the place of diagnosis, of loss, of failure, of a loneliness so profound it feels like a prelude to the end. Yet, it is precisely into this darkness that the psalmist's declaration rings with its most defiant and comforting truth. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. The promise is not of avoidance, but of accompaniment. The soul does not skirt the valley's edge. It walks directly through its deepest, darkest part. This is not a denial of the valley's reality or its inherent terror, but a profound affirmation that even here, especially here, one is not alone. The evil that the shadows suggest, the lurking disaster, the impending collapse, loses its power to paralyze because its ultimate threat is neutered by a greater presence. The fear is not reasoned away, it is overshadowed. For thou art with me. These 4 words change everything about the valley. They transform it from a prison of despair into a passageway of faith. The shepherd has not sent the soul on a solo detour. He has descended into the gloom himself. His presence is not a distant, abstract concept, but a tangible reality felt in the chilling air. It is the steadying hand on a shoulder when the phone rings with bad news, the inexplicable warmth that floods a heart frozen by grief, the sudden, clear memory of a promise when the mind is clouded by panic. His rod and his staff, they comfort me. The rod, a weapon of authority and defense, speaks of a power that stands between the soul and any true harm, a strength that shatters the teeth of predators seen and unseen. The staff, with its curved end, is the instrument of rescue, hooked around a straying leg to pull it back from a precipice, used to guide and to support on the slippery slopes. They are not symbols of a harsh discipline, but tools of intimate, saving care. Their comfort is the deep, soul-level assurance that one is both protected and pursued, that even in a fall, there is a sure means of recovery. This truth is not merely theological, it is personal, etched into memory by experience. There was the long, dark night in a sterile hospital room, the rhythmic beeping of the monitor, the only sound in the oppressive silence, where the shadow of illness lay thick upon the future. Fear was a cold knot in the stomach, a tremor in the hands. But into that silence came not a voice, but a settled knowing, a pervasive sense of a presence seated in the chair beside the bed, a watchfulness that would not sleep, a guardianship that would not fail. The shadow remained, but it was no longer master of the room. Another memory of a financial valley so deep it seemed no dawn could reach it, the shadow of lack stretching long and bleak. The fear of failure was a constant, gnawing companion. Yet, in the midst of that anxiety, there came a strange and stubborn courage, a resilience that felt borrowed, a peace that defied the numbers in the bank account. It was the staff, pulling the heart back from the cliff edge of despair. It was the rod, standing guard against the terror of utter ruin. The valley did not disappear, but it became a place where faith was forged in the fire of fear, where the presence of the shepherd was discovered to be more real than the shadow, his comfort a more powerful force than any evil the darkness could conjure. To walk through the valley, then, is not a testament to one's own bravery, but to the faithfulness of the one who walks it with you, whose company is the only light you need, whose promise is the only map required to find your way through to the other side. Emerging from the deep valley, the soul finds itself not on the other side of the mountain, but in a clearing it never could have anticipated. The terrain shifts from the treacherous path of shadows to a scene of startling, deliberate hospitality. The air, once heavy with the chill of fear, now carries the warm, inviting scent of bread and wine. Before the weary traveler, in the very presence of what once felt like an encircling threat, a table stands, meticulously arranged. It is not a hasty meal snatched on the run, but a feast prepared with foresight and abundance. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. The declaration lands with the force of a divine paradox, a quiet rebellion against the logic of the world. The enemies, the memories of the valley's terror, the lingering anxieties, the external pressures and internal doubts, have not been eliminated. They are still there, hovering at the edges of the clearing, their shadows falling across the feast. Yet, they are rendered powerless, mere spectators to a celebration they cannot interrupt. Their presence, which once dictated fear, now serves only to highlight the profound security of the soul seated at this table. The preparation of this table speaks of a love that is both anticipatory and personal. It was set long before the soul stumbled out of the valley, its placement a calculated act of grace. Every detail, the polished wood, the heavy linen, the glint of the cup, the heaping platters of sustenance, was chosen with the specific needs and delights of the guest in mind. This is God's abundance, not as a general principle, but as a particular, intimate provision. The soul, accustomed to scarcity and struggle, finds itself surrounded by more than enough. The bread is not merely for survival, but for satisfaction. The wine is not just for thirst, but for joy. It is a feast for a beloved child, a banquet for an honored friend, laid out by a host whose resources are limitless and whose generosity knows no bounds. The enemies, who whispered of lack and deprivation, are silenced by the sheer, overwhelming evidence of care, their threats exposed as empty lies against the backdrop of this lavish spread. And then comes the anointing. Thou anointest my head with oil. The gesture is one of profound honor, consecration, and healing. In a world of dust and weariness, the cool, fragrant oil is poured out, a sign of being chosen, set apart, and celebrated. It soothes the sun-scorched skin, eases the ache of a burdened brow, and carries with it a fragrance that marks the soul as belonging to the host of the feast. This anointing is the seal of belonging, the physical affirmation that one is not merely a passerby granted a meal, but a welcomed and cherished participant in the household of God. It speaks of identity conferred, of value declared not in spite of the journey through the valley, but because of it. My cup runneth over. The final image is one of excessive, almost wasteful grace. The cup is not just full, it is overflowing, its content spilling over the rim in a cascade of liquid blessing. It is a picture of a provision that exceeds capacity, a joy that cannot be contained. The fears of the valley, the memories of thirst, are washed away in this deluge of goodness. The soul, which once worried about having enough, now finds itself unable to hold all that is being given. This overflowing cup is the ultimate answer to the enemies of scarcity and fear. It testifies to a reality where divine generosity is the defining rule, where the shepherd's care is so comprehensive that it spills out beyond the immediate need, blessing not only the one at the table, but the very ground on which they sit. In the quiet safety of this clearing, surrounded by adversaries now made irrelevant, the soul learns a new and deeper truth. The greatest victory is not the destruction of one's foes, but the ability to feast in perfect peace under their impotent gaze, anointed and overflowing with the unshakable abundance of God. The final words of the ancient song arrive not as a conclusion, but as an eternal beginning, a truth that stretches beyond the feast and into the endless horizon of all our days. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. The assurance lands with the quiet weight of a settled fact, a divine certainty that reconfigures the very nature of time and experience. The journey thus far, through pastures, valleys, and the prepared table, was not a singular, isolated episode of care, but a revelation of a perpetual, pursuing presence. The soul, having feasted under the gaze of silenced enemies, now rises from the table to find that its companions for the road ahead are not hardship or uncertainty, but these two faithful attendants, goodness and mercy. They do not amble along behind at a distance, occasionally catching up. They follow, a word that in the original tongue carries the force of a relentless, purposeful pursuit. Like hounds on a scent, unwavering in their mission to overtake and accompany. Goodness is the tangible substance of God's favor, the daily bread of His kindness that meets every need along the path. It is the sun warming the skin on a cool morning, the unexpected provision that arrives at the moment of need, the simple joy of a shared smile, the strength that flows into weary limbs at just the right time. It is the color in the sunset, the melody in the bird's song, the comfort of a familiar voice. This goodness is not a vague, general benevolence scattered across the world, but a personal, targeted generosity aimed directly at the heart that trusts in the shepherd. It is the assurance that every day, without exception, will be punctuated by His good gifts, each one a reminder of His attentive care, a stone laid on the path to mark His passage. The soul learns to look for this goodness not only in the grand and dramatic, but in the minute and mundane, discovering that His fingerprints are on every moment, every breath, a constant, gentle proof of His unwavering commitment to His own. And mercy, its constant companion, is the profound grace that meets the soul not in its strength, but in its failure. It is the compassionate hand that lifts after a stumble, the forgiveness that covers the misstep, the patience that endures the wandering heart. While goodness provides for the journey, mercy cleanses the traveler. It is the fresh start offered with every dawn, the erasure of yesterday's regrets, the balm that heals the self-inflicted wounds of pride and fear. Mercy ensures that the soul's failures are not fatal to the relationship, that the shepherd's love is not contingent on flawless navigation, but is rooted in His own unchanging character. It is the safety net of grace that lies beneath the entire pilgrimage, guaranteeing that no fall can ultimately separate the soul from the one who leads it. Together, goodness and mercy form a perfect, complementary guard. Goodness affirms the journey is worth taking. Mercy ensures the traveler is always worthy to continue. One provides the bounty, the other covers the debt. They are the twin pillars of a life lived under the care of a God whose nature is to give and to forgive, to bless and to restore. This ceaseless, pursuing love does not end with the fading of the earthly day. The psalmist's gaze, having swept across the landscape of a lifetime, fixes finally on the ultimate horizon. and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. The journey, with all its pastures, valleys, and feasts, finds its true destination not in a place, but in a person. The house of the Lord is not a distant, celestial structure, but the unending, intimate presence of the shepherd himself. The temporary resting places, the green grass, the still waters, the cleared table, were but foretastes, shadows of this eternal reality. To dwell is to be at home, to belong, to cease from wandering, and to finally, fully, rest in a belonging that cannot be broken by time or death. It is the final, glorious fulfillment of the relationship declared at the very beginning. The Lord is my shepherd. The care that guided through life now becomes the communion that defines eternity. The soul that was led by stillness and through shadow now abides in the source of all light and all peace forever. As the meditation on this beloved song draws to a close, its final notes do not fade into silence, but rather swell into an invitation to explore further the vast symphony of God's heart. The themes discovered here of provision, guidance, courage, abundance, and pursuing love are not confined to these 6 verses. They are the melody that runs through the entire Psalter, echoed and expanded in the cries of other psalmists, in their laments and their praises, their fears and their triumphs. The door now swings open from the intimate pastoral landscape of the 23rd Psalm to the broader, majestic vistas of other songs. The same shepherd who tenderly leads his own is also the mighty King who reigns over all, the refuge in whom the whole world can trust. The soul, having been so thoroughly comforted and secured by this one song, is now prepared to journey deeper into the treasury of Psalms, to hear the same voice of faithfulness speaking through different words in different seasons, assuring every heart that his goodness and mercy are, indeed, a never-ending pursuit. There is a refuge that exists not on any map, a sanctuary whose coordinates are written on the heart, a dwelling place so profoundly secure that the fiercest storms of life break against its walls without a whisper of disturbance. It is the secret place of the Most High, a realm of divine intimacy accessible only to the soul that chooses to abide. To dwell here is not to visit in moments of crisis, but to take up permanent residence, to weave the fabric of one's existence into the very tapestry of his presence. It is a conscious, continuous positioning of the spirit under the shadow of the Almighty, a retreat from the noisy, exposed plains of self-reliance into the quiet, covered cleft of trust. This shadow is not one of gloom or obscurity, but of profound protection, like the cooling, comforting shade of a massive, immovable rock in a sun-scorched desert. It is a place where the soul, weary from the glare of the world's demands and the heat of its own anxieties, finds a deep and lasting coolness, a respite that reaches the core. The one who makes this secret place their home, who pitches the tent of their heart here, arrives at a declaration of ultimate safety. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. The words are not a passive observation, but an active, vocalized claim, a testimony forged in the quiet confidence of abiding. A refuge is a shelter from pursuit and danger, a place to hide and be safe. A fortress is a stronghold against assault, a place to stand and be defended. In naming God as both, the soul proclaims a dual security. He is the hiding place for the fearful heart and the unassailable citadel for the embattled spirit. He is both the tender protector who gathers the trembling under his wing and the mighty warrior whose walls cannot be breached. This is not a theoretical safety, but a lived reality for the one who dwells in the secret place. The cacophony of threats, the financial instability, the relational fractures, the physical frailties may still be audible, but their power to terrorize is neutralized by the overwhelming reality of the fortress walls. The soul learns to distinguish between the noise of the battle outside and the perfect peace within the refuge, a peace that stands guard over the heart and mind. This confident proclamation flows naturally into a deeper, more personal affirmation of trust. My God, in Him will I trust. The possessive pronoun my transforms the vast, omnipotent deity into a personal, covenantal God. It is the language of relationship, of belonging, the same intimate claim that began the shepherd's song. This trust is not a single monumental decision made once, but 1,000 tiny surrenders made throughout the day, a continual leaning of the soul's entire weight upon His faithfulness. It is the daily choice to believe that the shadow which covers is more real than the threat that looms, that the fortress walls are more solid than the enemy's siege engines. This trust is the key that unlocks the door to the secret place and the glue that keeps the soul residing there. It is the act of staking everything, one's safety, one's future, one's very life, on the character of God, believing that His nature as a refuge and a fortress is the truest thing in any given circumstance. In the quiet of the night, as the world sleeps and the mind's own fears can seem magnified, this truth becomes a bedrock. The soul, abiding in the secret place, sheltered in the shadow, wrapped in the certainty of its refuge, finds that even the darkness is not dark to him, and that the most secret fears are met and quieted by the one who is both our dwelling place and our God. The soul, having found its fortress in the shadow of the Almighty, now discovers the dynamic nature of that protection. It is not a static defense, but an active, intervening deliverance that operates with the precision of a master craftsman and the fierce tenderness of a parent bird. The promise unfolds with a vivid, arresting clarity. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler. The image is one of cunning and concealed danger. A fowler does not confront his prey openly. He lays traps, camouflaged pitfalls designed to ensnare the unsuspecting. These are the hidden perils of the spirit, the subtle temptation that masquerades as opportunity, the slow creeping despair that tightens its grip unnoticed, the sudden, unexpected crisis that springs from a place of seeming safety. They are the anxieties that coil around the heart in the quiet hours, the regrets that trip the mind when it seeks to move forward, the lies about one's identity or worth that function like invisible snares, holding the soul captive. But the one who abides in the secret place is promised a deliverance that is both sure and specific. The snare may be laid, but it will not hold. A divine hand intervenes, not merely to warn of the trap's location, but to break its mechanism, to loose the captive foot, to render the fowler's cunning utterly futile. The metaphor deepens, shifting from the terrestrial to the avian, to a picture of even more intimate guardianship. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. This is the language of the most primal and selfless protection. It calls to mind a mother bird, her own body a living shield against the storm or the predator, her wings a canopy of safety for her vulnerable young. The imagery is one of incredible softness and immense strength combined. The feathers speak of a gentle, encompassing comfort, a closeness that muffles the world's clamor and stills the soul's trembling. To be covered is to be hidden, to be enveloped in a presence so near that it becomes the only reality. And beneath these wings, the soul learns the essence of trust. It is not a theological abstraction, but a physical, felt reality, the pressing of a frightened heart against the sure and steady heartbeat of God. It is the ultimate surrender, the cessation of struggle, the simple, profound act of allowing oneself to be gathered in, to be small and safe. In the cold of the night, when fears take on sharp, chilling forms, this promise becomes a warm, palpable reality. The soul, feeling the oppressive weight of a nameless dread, can imagine itself tucked securely under those mighty, gentle wings, the storm raging outside but unable to penetrate the sacred space of that divine embrace. This tender covering finds its ultimate expression in a declaration of impenetrable security. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. The imagery shifts once more from the nurturing to the martial, yet the purpose remains the same: absolute protection. A shield is a large, body-covering defense used to deflect a barrage of arrows or the blow of a sword. A buckler is a smaller, more maneuverable shield for close-quarters combat. Together, they signify a defense that is both comprehensive and precise, effective against both distant assaults and intimate attacks. But this armor is not forged of metal, it is woven from truth itself. God's truth, His faithfulness, His promises, His unchanging character, becomes the soul's ultimate defense. The fiery darts of the enemy, accusation, condemnation, doubt, are extinguished not by human argument or positive thinking, but by the solid, objective reality of who God has declared Himself to be. When the enemy whispers that you are alone, the shield of truth bears the inscription, "I will never leave you nor forsake you." When fear screams that you are doomed, the buckler of truth is emblazoned with the promise, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." The soul, abiding in the secret place, learns to wield these truths not as abstract concepts, but as living, breathing defenses. They are not held in the hand, but worn on the heart, an armor of light that turns back the shadows. The snare is broken, the storm is weathered, and the assault is repelled, not by the soul's own strength, but by the delivering hand, the covering wing, and the invincible shield of a God whose commitment to His own is as sure as the dawn. There is a particular quality to the fear that arrives in the deep, silent hours of the night, a fear that feels less like an emotion and more like a physical presence in the room. It is the terror that walks in darkness, a shapeless dread that feeds on the absence of light and sound, magnifying every creak of the house into a portent of doom, every shadow into a lurking menace. It is the pestilence that wastes at noonday, not merely a physical plague, but a sudden, devastating ruin that strikes when life seems brightest and most secure. The phone call that shatters a perfect afternoon. The diagnosis that arrives after a routine checkup. The betrayal that unravels a world built on trust. These are the twin specters that haunt the human heart, the unseen arrows of circumstance and the palpable gloom of anxiety, and they hold a peculiar power over the soul that lies awake and alone in the vast expanse of the night. Yet, into this vulnerable space, the promise of the secret place speaks with unshakable authority. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night. The declaration is not a suggestion to simply think positive thoughts. It is a divine immunization against the very spirit of fear. The terror is acknowledged, it is real, it is prowling, but its power to inflict harm, to paralyze the heart, is categorically revoked for the one who abides under the shadow of the Almighty. This fearlessness is not born of ignorance or bravado, but of a superior reality. The darkness, no matter how thick, is not empty for the soul that dwells in God. It is filled with a presence more substantial than any shadow, a watchfulness that sees perfectly in the blackest hour. The dread that once coiled in the stomach like a cold serpent is met and warmed by the certainty that the night itself is held in His hands, that its hours are numbered, and its terrors are on a divine leash. Nor for the arrow that flieth by day. The threat shifts from the nebulous to the targeted, from the creeping fear to the sudden, piercing crisis. The arrow represents the unforeseen calamity, the singular event that can change everything in an instant. It flies from an unseen bow, its trajectory unpredictable, its impact potentially devastating. But the promise extends its cover to the sunlit hours as well. The soul is shielded not only from the generalized anxiety of the night, but from the specific, targeted attacks of the day. The arrow may be loosed, but it cannot find its mark on a heart encased in the truth of God. It is deflected by the same shield that quenches the fiery darts of the enemy, its point turned aside by the impenetrable assurance of a protection that operates on a plane far above human strategy or luck. This comprehensive safety encompasses the most insidious of threats. Nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness. This is the contagion of despair, the slow-spreading sickness of the soul that thrives in isolation and secrecy. It is the bitterness that takes root in the hidden places of the heart, the envy that gnaws away at contentment, the hopelessness that infects one's outlook on the future. It walks in darkness because it shuns the light of truth and community. But the secret place is a realm of pure light, and the pestilence cannot survive there. The act of abiding in God is itself an antidote, a continual exposure to the healing truth that sterilizes the wounds of the spirit and prevents the infection of despair from taking hold. Finally, the promise confronts the most blatant and destructive force. Nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. This is the catastrophic loss that strikes without warning, the financial collapse, the natural disaster, the act of violence that reduces a carefully built life to rubble in broad daylight. It is the thing everyone sees, the tragedy that makes no sense, the evidence the world points to as proof that there is no safety, no order. But the soul that trusts in God lives by a different testimony. The destruction may rage around it, laying waste to the landscapes of security and normalcy, but it cannot lay waste to the soul itself. The one who is hidden in the secret place is like a man whose house is built upon a rock. The winds may blow and the rains may fall, but the foundation cannot be moved. The noonday ruin, for all its ferocity, is a temporary phenomenon, while the life hidden with Christ in God is eternal. In the stillness of a sleepless night, these truths become a litany of peace. The mind, which might otherwise spiral into cycles of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios, is given a new narrative to rehearse. The terror has no jurisdiction here. The arrow has lost its velocity. The pestilence has met its cure. The destruction has exhausted its power. The soul, wrapped in the soft certainty of these promises, finds that the long, dark hours are no longer a trial to be endured, but a sanctuary to be inhabited. The fear that once kept frantic vigil is gently relieved of its duty, and in its place comes a quiet, watchful trust, a participation in the very rest of God, who never slumbers nor sleeps, and under whose care the night holds no terror, only the profound peace of a guarded and beloved heart. There is a stark and sobering arithmetic to the world's sorrows, a grim tally that can be measured in headlines and hospital beds, in broken relationships and shattered dreams. 1,000 may fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand. The numbers are staggering, conveying a sense of overwhelming, widespread calamity. It is the plague that sweeps through a city, the financial collapse that ruins countless families, the wave of violence that engulfs a nation, the personal tragedies that befall friends, neighbors, and colleagues, leaving a trail of grief in their wake. The falling is not metaphorical. It is the collapse of health, of hope, of security, of life itself. The soul, watching from its place of abiding, cannot help but witness the devastation, to feel the tremor of each fall through the shared ground of humanity. It is a spectacle of fragility, a relentless reminder of how thin the veneer of normalcy can be, and how swiftly the foundations of a life can crumble. Yet, in the midst of this panoramic view of ruin, the promise of the secret place introduces a profound and personal paradox. The falling happens at thy side, at thy right hand, in excruciatingly close proximity. It is not a distant tragedy on another continent, but the empty chair at the dinner table, the foreclosure notice on the neighbor's door, the diagnosis given to a dear friend. The soul is not insulated from the sight of the suffering or the sound of the lament. It bears witness to the full, brutal force of the storm, feeling its chilling wind, seeing its destructive path carved through the landscape of other lives. There is no denial of the reality of evil or the pain of a broken world. The promise does not offer a bubble of ignorance, but a fortress in the very heart of the battlefield. But it shall not come nigh thee. The declaration cuts through the noise of collapse with the quiet, surgical precision of absolute truth. The falling of the 1,000 and the 10,000, though happening perilously close, cannot cross the threshold of the soul that dwells in the Most High. The calamity, in all its forms, is granted no entry visa into the secret place. It may rage at the gates, its shadow may darken the sky, its roar may fill the air, but its essence, its power to destroy, cannot penetrate the divine sanctuary. This is not a matter of luck or favoritism, but the inherent, inviolable nature of the refuge itself. It is like being in the eye of a hurricane, where the air is perfectly still and calm, while a maelstrom of unimaginable force whirls just beyond the wall. The soul is not spared from seeing the storm, but it is saved from being destroyed by it. The grief, the fear, the uncertainty that fells others finds no foothold here, its advance halted by an invisible, impregnable boundary of grace. This reality culminates in a purpose that transcends personal safety. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. The protected position is also a privileged vantage point. The soul is not only spared from the destruction, but is given the clarity to perceive its true nature. To behold and see is to understand with spiritual insight, to witness the ultimate futility of evil and the sure justice of God. The reward of the wicked is not merely a future punishment, but the inherent emptiness and self-destruction of a life lived in rebellion against its Creator. The soul, safe in its fortress, watches as the very things the world pursues, power gained through oppression, wealth amassed through deceit, pleasure seized without conscience, unravel and turn to dust. It sees that the falling is not a random, meaningless tragedy, but often the harvest of choices sown in defiance of divine order. This witnessing is not an exercise in smug superiority, but a profound lesson in the faithfulness of God. It is the confirmation that the principles of His kingdom are true, that the way of the transgressor is indeed hard, and that the refuge found in Him is the only eternally secure ground. The soul, having trusted in the shadow of the Almighty, now sees with its own eyes the vindication of that trust. It observes the storm and understands its origin and its end, all while standing in a perfect, unshakable calm. The falling of the thousands becomes a silent, powerful testimony to the one who alone can make us stand, a stark contrast that deepens the gratitude and solidifies the trust of the heart that has found its home in Him. In the profound quiet that follows the witnessing of storms, a deeper, more personal layer of the divine refuge is unveiled, a truth so intimate it feels like a whispered secret between the soul and its God. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. The conditional promise now blossoms into a guaranteed reality, rooted in the soul's own choice to dwell, to make the secret place its fixed and permanent address. This is not a fleeting visit born of desperation, but a deliberate, sustained residence, a life woven into the fabric of His presence. The act of making Him one's habitation activates a celestial response, a mobilization of heaven's own forces on behalf of the one who trusts. The refuge is not merely a place, but a person, and to abide in him is to trigger the full operational might of his kingdom for one's protection and care. The promise that unfolds is one of breathtaking specificity and power. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. The assurance is absolute, covering the spectrum of harm from the moral corruption of evil to the physical ravages of plague. The word dwelling is significant. It echoes the soul's own habitation in God. The physical home, the body, the family, the entire sphere of one's life is encompassed within this protective covenant. The evil that stalks the world and the pestilence that wastes in darkness are granted no jurisdiction here. They cannot cross the property line of a life that is consecrated as a dwelling place for God. This is not a superstitious charm against difficulty, but the logical outcome of abiding in the source of all holiness and life. Where he is, evil cannot remain. Where he dwells, plague cannot gain a foothold. The soul rests in the knowledge that its habitation is his, and his habitation is a fortress against every form of destruction. Then comes the most vivid and awe-inspiring dimension of this protection. For he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. The language shifts from the abstract to the agency, from a principle of safety to the personification of that safety in heavenly beings. The word charge is a military term denoting a direct, authoritative command. The Most High issues orders to his angelic host, and their mission is singular: to keep thee. This is not a passive, general oversight, but an active, vigilant guardianship. The angels are not casual observers. They are divine bodyguards, assigned with the express purpose of preserving the soul that abides in God. Their watchfulness is not limited to certain hours or specific locations. It extends to all thy ways, every path taken, every journey embarked upon, every decision made, every step through the mundane and the monumental. They are present in the morning commute, in the midnight vigil, in the crowded marketplace and the solitary wilderness. Theirs is a comprehensive, unseeping guardianship, a celestial escort through the entirety of a human life. The imagery becomes even more precise, painting a picture of intervention that is both powerful and gentle. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. This is the ultimate and personalized care. The angel's charge is not merely to deflect cataclysmic disasters, but to prevent the minor, painful stumbles. The dashing of a foot against a stone speaks of unexpected obstacles, hidden hurts, the small but jarring pains that can disrupt a journey and cause a spirit to falter. The promise is that even these are within the purview of divine protection. The angels are pictured not as distant, powerful figures, but as attentive servants who, with incredible care, lift the soul in their hands, carrying it over the tripping hazards of life. It is a guardianship that concerns itself with the well-being of the whole person, ensuring that the journey is not only safe but smooth, that the soul is not only protected from great harm, but preserved from needless pain. The hands that bear are strong enough to hold against any force, yet gentle enough to prevent a bruised toe. In the vulnerable state of sleep, this truth becomes a profound comfort. As consciousness recedes and the body lies defenseless, the mind, no longer in control, can be a playground for lingering anxieties. But here, in the silent watch of the night, the soul can release its final vestiges of self-reliance. The vigilance is no longer its own burden. The angels are on duty, standing guard at the doors of perception, filtering the whispers of the night. Their silent, luminous presence fills the room, a holy garrison enforcing the peace of the secret place. The sleeper is not alone and adrift in the darkness, but is carried, watched over, and kept. The rise and fall of each breath is synchronized with their holy vigil. The turning of each dream is curated by their protective gaze. The promise of Psalm 91 becomes a lullaby sung by the host of heaven, a divine guardianship that turns the vulnerability of sleep into an act of deep, trusting rest. The soul, cradled in this dual reality, abiding in God and kept by His angels, discovers that the darkest hours are, in fact, the most securely guarded, and that the journey through the night is the most faithfully guided of all. The final verses of the psalm arrive not as a gentle whisper, but as a declaration of triumphant authority, a shift from being protected to being empowered. The soul, which has learned to abide in the shadow and be carried by angels, now discovers its own God-given strength, a dominion conferred by the one who is its refuge. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder. The imagery is potent and perilous. The lion represents the king of beasts, the predator whose roar freezes the blood, whose strength is overwhelming, whose approach is a promise of violence and death. It is the symbol of every great and roaring fear, the devastating diagnosis, the catastrophic loss, the enemy whose power seems absolute. The adder is the serpent, the hidden danger, the venomous strike that comes from an unseen place in the grass. It is the whispered accusation, the subtle temptation, the small, poisonous thought that, left unchecked, can paralyze the spirit. These are not mere metaphors for mild inconveniences. They are the ultimate adversaries of the human soul, the embodiments of terror and deceit. Yet the promise is not of a cautious avoidance, but of a bold and victorious confrontation. The soul shall tread upon them. The lion, for all its majesty and might, will be underfoot, its roar silenced, its power rendered inert. The adder, for all its stealth and venom, will be crushed beneath the heel, its fangs useless. This is the inheritance of the one who has made the Most High their habitation. The authority to trample is not born of personal courage or accumulated strength, but is a direct overflow of the security found in the secret place. Having dwelt in the fortress, the soul now carries the unshakable confidence of the fortress within them. The fears that once seemed like insurmountable predators are now seen in their true proportion, defeated foes, their teeth drawn by a power greater than their own. The temptations and lies that once struck with a deadly sting now find their poison neutralized by the antidote of truth. To tread upon them is to exercise the victory that has already been won. To walk through life with the sure-footedness of one who knows the ultimate outcome of every battle. This divine empowerment is rooted in a profound, personal attachment. Because he hath set his love upon me. The voice shifts, and it is no longer the psalmist speaking about God, but God Himself speaking directly to the soul. The relationship is revealed in its most intimate light. It is not a general, benevolent affection, but a specific, deliberate, and choosing love. God has set His love, fixed it, pinned it upon this particular heart that has chosen to trust in Him. This is the foundation of every promise, the catalyst for every deliverance. His actions are not arbitrary acts of power, but the passionate, protective responses of a lover for the beloved. The soul's love for God is the response. God's love for the soul is the initiating, eternal cause. It is a love that saw the wandering heart and claimed it, that knew the fearful spirit and secured it, a love that is the bedrock of the universe and the personal possession of the one who abides. Therefore will I deliver him. The promise is repeated, but now with the weight of divine oath. The deliverance from the snare, from the terror, from the falling thousands, is guaranteed by the unimpeachable character of the one who loves. It is a deliverance that is both from and through, from the ultimate harm and through the present trial. The soul will be brought out, rescued, extracted from the very jaws of the lion and the strike of the adder, not by luck, but by the deliberate, loving intervention of God. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. To be set on high is to be lifted above the fray, to be given a perspective that sees over the immediate conflict to the ultimate victory. It is a place of safety, honor, and authority. And this exaltation is granted for a specific reason, because he hath known my name. To know God's name is to understand his character, his faithfulness, his power, his mercy. It is to have a relational, experiential knowledge of who he is. The soul that has dwelt in the secret place has not just learned about God, it has come to know him. This knowledge is the key that unlocks the elevated life, the trust that qualifies for the high place. The promises cascade, each one more personal and enduring than the last. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. The communication between the soul and its God is established as an open line, an unbreakable connection. The call is not into a void, but into a listening ear. The answer is not delayed or ambiguous, but sure and present. I will be with him in trouble. This is the ultimate promise, echoing through the valley of the shadow and into every dark corner of life. He does not promise the absence of trouble, but his own presence within it. The soul is never alone in its pain, never abandoned in its confusion. The divine companionship is the one constant in a world of variables. I will deliver him and honor him. The deliverance is not merely to safety, but to honor. The trials endured, the fears overcome, the trust maintained, all of it is transformed into a weight of glory, a dignity conferred by the King himself upon the faithful heart. The final pledge stretches into eternity, a benediction that seals the entire covenant. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation. The long life is not merely a measure of years, but a quality of existence, a life so full of God's presence and purpose that it overflows with satisfaction. It is the life of the tree planted by the rivers of water, whose leaf does not wither. And the ultimate showing is the revelation of his salvation, not just as a concept, but as a living, breathing reality, the final and complete deliverance that culminates in dwelling in the house of the Lord forever. The soul, having trod upon lion and adder, having known deliverance and honor, finds its journey's end in the boundless, satisfying vision of God's own face, the salvation for which it was made. As the profound assurances of Psalm 91 settle into the spirit, their echoes begin to blend with a new, ascending melody. The theme of pilgrimage, of a journey guided and guarded, now finds a new expression. The gaze lifts from the intimate, fortified, secret place to the distant, hopeful horizon of the hills. The Psalms of Ascent, songs sung by ancient travelers on their way to Jerusalem, now call to the heart. They are the sound of a soul on the move, not in frantic flight, but in purposeful progress, its eyes fixed on the source of its help, its steps buoyed by the promises of the one who never slumbers. The journey through the terrors of the night and the battles of the day has prepared the soul for this climb, this upward look toward the Maker of heaven and earth, where a different kind of watchfulness awaits. The soul, having learned the contours of the secret place and felt the triumph of treading upon great fears, now feels a new restlessness, not of anxiety, but of ascent. The fortress, for all its security, was not meant to be a permanent citadel of isolation, but a staging ground for a pilgrimage. The gaze, once fixed on the immediate shadows and snares, now lifts, drawn by an ancient, magnetic pull toward the horizon. There, silhouetted against the fading tapestry of the sky, rise the hills, their peaks lost in the low-hanging clouds, their slopes a mystery of winding paths and hidden valleys. They stand as silent, eternal sentinels, a natural altar between the flatlands of human striving and the vast dome of heaven. To lift one's eyes to these hills is an act of hope, a deliberate turning away from the inward spiral of worry and toward the expansive, upward reach of faith. It is the soul's first, instinctive movement when the path ahead is unclear, the heart's primal gesture of seeking a perspective higher than its own. This upward look is accompanied by a question as old as human need, a cry that has echoed off these very slopes for millennia. From whence cometh my help? The question is not born of despair, but of a focused inquiry. Having known the deliverance of God in the hidden places, the soul now wonders about the source of its strength for the journey ahead. The hills themselves, for all their majesty, offer no answer. They are magnificent, but they are mute. Their ancient rock cannot speak comfort. Their towering heights cannot extend a hand. They are a symbol of the need, not the fulfillment of it. The soul looks to them, acknowledging the longing for a vantage point, for a help that is steadfast and sure, only to realize that the creation, in all its grandeur, points beyond itself to the one who fashioned it. The help must come from a person, not a place, from a will, not a wilderness. And then, the answer arrives, not from the hills, but from the heart that has learned to listen in the secret place. The realization dawns with the quiet force of a remembered truth. My help cometh from the Lord. The source is identified, and in that identification, every uncertainty finds its anchor. The help does not originate in the unpredictable whims of circumstance or the fragile promises of man. It flows from a specific, knowable source, the Lord, the covenant God, the same refuge and fortress of the previous Psalms. The journey's sustenance, the path's guidance, the strength for the climb, all of it is sourced in Him. He is the well that does not run dry, the compass that does not lose true north. This is the great transition of faith, the shifting of trust from the visible, imposing hills to the invisible, omnipotent God. The hills become merely the direction of the gaze, while the Lord is the object of it. The declaration deepens, grounding this heavenly help in the most fundamental reality of all, the Lord, who made heaven and earth. The scope of this statement is staggering. The help that comes is not a minor assistance or a temporary fix. It is the creative power that spoke galaxies into being and carved the depths of the seas, now personally directed toward the needs of a single, climbing soul. The one who fashioned the very hills to which the eyes are lifted is the same one who pledges His aid. This is the ultimate guarantee. The Maker of heaven owns all resources. The Maker of earth commands every path. No obstacle on the pilgrimage is a surprise to Him, for He laid the foundations of the mountains. No need is too great, for the storehouses of heaven are at His disposal. In moments of doubt, when the soul questions its own strength or the reliability of its guide, this truth stands as an unassailable monument. The help that is offered is backed by the full authority and ingenuity of the Creator of the cosmos. To trust in this help is to align oneself with the most powerful and stable force in existence, to hitch one's wandering heart to the star breather, the mountain shaper, the one whose faithful, creative hands are the only true and lasting source of help for any journey, most especially the journey of the soul toward its home. There is a profound vulnerability in the night, a time when the world's rhythms slow to a crawl and the conscious mind surrenders its grip, leaving the soul exposed to the whispers of its own deepest fears. It is in this defenseless state that the ancient promise pierces the silence with the force of an unbreakable oath. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. The assurance is as practical as it is profound, a guarantee of stability for the pilgrim on the dark and often uneven path. The foot, the point of contact with the uncertain ground, is the symbol of progress, of forward motion. To have it moved is to slip, to fall, to be thrown off course by an unseen obstacle or a moment of weakness. But the one who looks to the Lord for help finds his steps made sure, his footing secured not by his own carefulness, but by a divine hand that steadies the ankle and plants the soul on solid rock. Even in the blackest hour, when the eyes can see no path, the soul can trust that its next step is being guided, that it will not plunge into some hidden chasm of despair or error. This is the active guardianship of a God who is intimately concerned with the minutiae of the journey, who numbers the very steps of those who trust in Him. The promise deepens, moving from the stabilization of the step to the nature of the guardian himself. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. The word keepeth is rich with meaning. It implies to guard, to watch over, to preserve, to tend with meticulous care. It is the same word used of a shepherd keeping his flock, a watchman keeping a city, a gardener keeping a vineyard. And this divine keeper, unlike any human guardian, is immune to the frailties of fatigue. He does not slumber. His vigilance is not a temporary state, punctuated by necessary periods of rest. It is his eternal, unalterable condition. The soul, lying in the stillness of the night, can release the burden of its own watchfulness. The mind, which often feels it must stand guard through the dark hours, analyzing every worry and plotting solutions for the dawn, is hereby relieved of its duty. The frantic internal sentry can finally stand down, its post assumed by a watchman whose eyes never grow heavy, whose attention never wavers. This truth stills the heart's frantic pacing, replacing it with a deep, breathing calm. The fears that thrive in the absence of light are met with the greater reality of a presence that perceives perfectly in the dark, a consciousness that burns with undimmed intensity through the longest night. The affirmation is doubled for emphasis, as if to shatter any lingering doubt. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The promise, which felt so personal, he that keepeth thee, is now anchored in the corporate, historical faithfulness of God to his people. The keeper of the individual soul is the same keeper of the nation of Israel, the one who guided a multitude through a desert, who defended a city against impossible odds, who preserved a remnant through exile and restoration. His record is one of unbroken vigilance across centuries. The words neither slumber nor sleep close the door on any possibility of a lapse. A slumber is a light, temporary sleep. A sleep is the deeper, more complete surrender to rest. God does neither. There is no moment, no fraction of a second, in all of time and eternity, when his guardianship is on pause, when his gaze is averted, when his hold is loosened. The continuous, unbroken nature of his watchfulness becomes the bedrock upon which the soul can rest its entire weight. In the quiet of a sleeping household, this truth transforms the very quality of the darkness. The night is no longer a void to be feared, but a cathedral of divine attention. The slow passage of hours is not a countdown to renewed anxiety, but a span of time perfectly saturated with God's conscious, active care. The soul, wrapped in this knowledge, can sink into its rest as into a deep, secure vessel, knowing it is carried on a tide of unwavering vigilance. The creaks of the house, the sigh of the wind, the distant hum of the world, these are not portents of danger, but merely the ambient sounds of a creation that is itself held in the same sleepless grasp. The keeper is at his post, his eyes scanning the horizons of every heart that trusts in him, his hand steadying every foot on its path, his presence a constant, wakeful light in which no shadow of fear can ultimately prevail. The night, once a theater for terror, becomes a sanctuary of the most profound safety, a silent testament to the God who never, for a single moment, closes his eyes. The unwavering watchfulness of God, a truth that had settled like a mantle over the soul in the deep of the night, now broadens its scope to encompass the full, sweeping arc of the day. The promise, which had secured the pilgrim's foot against the dark and hidden stones of the path, now rises to meet the greater, more visible perils of the journey. The Lord is thy keeper. The declaration lands not as new information, but as the ultimate conclusion of all that has been revealed. The one who does not slumber is not merely a passive observer. He is an active, engaged guardian, a keeper in the most comprehensive sense of the word. He is the one who holds, who preserves, who maintains, who defends. This keeping is not a general oversight of the universe, but a specific, personal guardianship of the individual soul that has lifted its eyes to Him. The entire being, spirit, soul, and body is encompassed within this divine custody, held in a grip that is both tender and unbreakable. This keeping manifests in a protection that is as practical as it is profound. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The imagery shifts from the cool shadow of the Almighty to a more mobile, personal covering. The right hand is the hand of action, of strength, of covenant. It is the hand that works, that greets, that defends. For God to be a shade upon the right hand is to have His presence interposed between the soul and every source of scorching adversity. In the eastern wilderness, the sun was a relentless, merciless force, capable of inducing sunstroke, dehydration, and delirium. It represented the slow, grinding pressures of life, the constant demands, the unrelenting expectations, the weariness that comes from prolonged exposure to difficulty. But with the Lord as a shade, the soul travels under a portable sanctuary, a personal canopy of grace that filters the burning rays of stress and anxiety. The heat may be felt, the journey may be long, but the core of the being is preserved from withering, kept cool and vital by the intervening presence of its keeper. The promise expands to confront the dual monarchs of the sky, the celestial bodies that govern the cycles of day and night, of heat and cold, of visibility and obscurity. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The sun's smiting is the obvious danger, the sudden catastrophe, the public failure, the overt persecution that strikes under the clear light of scrutiny. It is the ruin that everyone sees, the pain that is impossible to hide. But the moon's influence was feared in ancient times as a more subtle, insidious force, believed to cause lunacy, to stir hidden maladies, to bring on the terrors that walk in darkness. It represents the hidden anxieties, the private griefs, the slow sicknesses of the soul that flourish in the secret hours. The promise of the keeper is absolute, covering both extremes. The glaring, obvious threats of the daylight hours will not be allowed to consume the soul, and the subtle, creeping fears of the night will not be permitted to unhinge the mind. The divine guardianship is perfectly adapted to both realms, offering a shield against the blatant and a cure for the concealed. This constant care, symbolized by the sun and the moon, speaks of a protection that is as relentless as time itself. The sun and the moon are the ancient timekeepers, their rising and setting the unchangeable rhythm of creation. For God to pledge protection from both is to promise a vigilance that spans every moment, every season, every transition. There is no hour, from the brightest noon to the blackest midnight, when the soul falls outside the jurisdiction of His keeping. The fears that surface with the dawn and the anxieties that multiply with the dusk are both met and mastered by the same faithful presence. The soul learns to move through its days and its nights, not with a frantic scanning of the skies for danger, but with a quiet, internal confidence, a settled knowing that it walks and rests within a sphere of divine custody. The keeper's shadow moves with the pilgrim, a constant, cooling companion on the sun-baked trail and a steadying presence in the moon-washed silence. The journey, for all its potential perils, is thereby transformed into a procession of grace, every step watched, every need anticipated, every danger disarmed by the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps, and whose keeping is the soul's eternal and unassailable inheritance. The journey of trust, having been secured against the sun's scorching glare and the moon's unsettling influence, now arrives at its ultimate destination, not a place, but a state of being, a perpetual and comprehensive safekeeping that defies the very concept of chance. The promise, which has built from a steady foot to a vigilant keeper to a personal shade, now culminates in a declaration of total preservation. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. The scope of this assurance is absolute, leaving no room for qualifying clauses or hidden exceptions. All evil encompasses the spectrum of harm, from the catastrophic to the trivial, from the external assault to the internal corruption, from the seen disaster to the unseen spiritual attack. It is the final answer to the fowler's snare, the terror by night, the pestilence in darkness, and the destruction at noonday. The soul that has made the Lord its keeper is not promised a life free from the presence of evil, but a life preserved from its ultimate power to destroy, to separate, to defile. The evil may rage, it may threaten, it may inflict temporary pain, but it cannot claim the soul, cannot unravel the core identity of one who is held in the divine grasp. This preservation is the active, continuous work of God, a filtering of every experience through His sovereign hands, ensuring that nothing, not even the worst the world or the enemy can muster, can touch the eternal, essential self that is hidden with Christ in God. This divine preservation finds its most practical and comforting expression in the rhythm of daily life. He shall preserve thy soul. The soul, the mind, the will, the emotions, is the seat of identity, the battlefield where fears are born and faith is tested. It is this inner self that is the primary focus of God's preserving work. He guards its peace against the onslaught of anxiety, its joy against the erosion of cynicism, its hope against the tide of despair. In the comings and goings of an ordinary day, with its sudden surprises and its grinding routines, the soul is kept. A harsh word is spoken, but it does not poison the well of kindness within. A disappointment lands heavily, but it does not crush the spirit's resilience. A temptation whispers its seductive lie, but the preserved soul recognizes the dissonance and turns away. This is the quiet miracle of divine guardianship, not the removal of conflict, but the fortification of the heart in the midst of it, a preservation that maintains the soul's integrity, its alignment with truth, and its connection to its source of life. The promise expands to sanctify the very motion of existence. the fundamental pattern of human activity. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in. This is the poetry of divine accompaniment, a blessing that covers every transition, every departure, and every return. The going out is the venture into the unknown, the first step into a new job, a difficult conversation, a foreign land. It is the morning's launch into the day's demands, fraught with uncertainty and the potential for misstep. The coming in is the return to rest, the closing of the door at evening, the attempt to shed the day's dust and find solace. It is the vulnerable state of homecoming, where the defenses come down and the weariness sets in. God's preservation is pledged for both. He is the guide for the first step and the welcome for the last. He orders the path ahead and sanctifies the threshold behind. There is no moment in the flux of life, no airport goodbye, no hospital entrance, no office doorway, no final homecoming, that is outside the sphere of his meticulous, preserving care. The soul can move through its days with a profound sense of escorted safety, knowing that every exit is covered and every entrance is guarded by the one who is both its vanguard and its rearguard. The final verse seals this eternal covenant, its words ringing with the finality of a royal decree, their truth stretching from this present moment into the unending future. From this time forth, and even forevermore. The promise is not conditional upon the soul's perfect faithfulness or upon a season of a special devotion. It is in effect now, in this very hour, with all its anxieties and its flickering trust. From this time forth means that no past failure can disqualify, no present weakness can nullify the pledge. It is a guarantee that begins at the point of reception and has no expiration date. The keeping that held the soul through the trials of the day will hold it through the shadows of the night, and the preservation that guarded its going out this morning will guard its coming in for all the tomorrows of its life. And then, breathtakingly, the promise transcends the boundary of time itself, and even forevermore. The divine guardianship does not end with the last breath of the body. The keeper of the soul is also the keeper of eternity. The preservation from all evil extends through the valley of the shadow of death and into the boundless, sunlit fields of the house of the Lord. The going out from this world and the coming into the next are the ultimate transitions, and they too are encompassed within this everlasting pledge. The soul's journey, which began with a tentative lifting of the eyes to the hills, finds its eternal resolution in the unceasing, unchanging, and unfailing preservation of God, a safekeeping that begins in grace, continues in faithfulness, and culminates in glory from this time forth and even forevermore. As the final resonant notes of Psalm 121 fade into a silence thick with assurance, the soul finds itself standing on a new precipice of trust. The themes of watchfulness and preservation, so meticulously detailed in this song of ascent, have woven themselves into the fabric of the spirit, creating a tapestry of confidence that is both quiet and unshakable. This confidence does not seek to retreat from the world, but to engage it with a newfound courage, a light-born fearlessness. The journey now turns from the external assurances of a keeper to the internal illumination of a different kind of psalm. a song born not in the quiet watch of the night, but in the fierce and brilliant light of God's own presence. The Psalms of Trust continue, their melody shifting from the protective shadow of the Almighty to the brilliant, clarifying declaration that the Lord Himself is our light and our salvation. A truth that dispels not only the terror of the night, but the dread of every enemy, real or imagined, that would seek to obscure His face. There is a light that does not originate from any star, a brilliance that no shadow can comprehend, a radiance that scatters the deepest darkness not by force, but by its sheer, undeniable presence. It is the light of the Lord, and to the soul that has known the safety of the keeper and the comfort of the shepherd, this light arrives as the ultimate revelation, the final answer to every fear. The declaration rises from the page not as a gentle suggestion, but as a foundational truth upon which an entire life can be built, a fortress of illumination in a world often shrouded in gloom. The Lord is my light and my salvation. The two concepts are intertwined, inseparable. The light is not merely for illumination, it is for deliverance. It is the clarifying beam that exposes the true nature of the enemy, revealing the bluster and illusion where once there seemed only solid, terrifying threat. It is the dawn that breaks after the long, terror-filled watch of the night, proving that the monstrous shapes were only shadows cast by lesser things. This light is personal, possessive, my light. It is not a distant general glow, but a lamp held close to the path, a flame kindled within the heart itself, making the soul a vessel of divine daylight, even in the world's deepest midnight. And with this light comes salvation, a word that means wholeness, safety, and deliverance rolled into one. The light reveals the way out. The salvation is the power to walk it. The soul, standing in this dual reality, finds its perspective permanently altered. The question forms not from a place of trembling, but from a place of settled defiance, a rhetorical challenge thrown at the gathered forces of dread. Whom shall I fear? The answer is implicit in the question itself. When the source of all light and the agent of all deliverance is one's personal possession, fear has lost its object. The anxieties that once seemed like formidable giants are now seen in the stark, unforgiving light of God's presence, and they shrink to their true, pitiful size. The financial uncertainty, the relational fracture, the physical ailment, they are real, but they are not ultimate. They are problems, but they are not gods. They hold temporary power, but they cannot command the eternal spirit that is illuminated and saved by the Lord. The declaration deepens, its confidence swelling. The Lord is the strength of my life. The light provides vision, the salvation provides escape, and now the strength provides endurance. This is not a strength that must be conjured from within, a fragile reservoir of willpower that can be depleted by a long enough trial. It is a strength that is of my life, an infusion of divine vitality that becomes the very energy of the soul, the stamina of the heart, the fortitude of the spirit. It is the power that enables the pilgrim to keep climbing when the muscles burn, to keep trusting when the mind is weary, to keep hoping when the evidence suggests despair. It is the strength that turned a shepherd boy into a giant slayer and a band of fishermen into world shakers. It is the same strength that courses, unseen but real, through the veins of every soul that claims this truth. Of whom shall I be afraid? The question is repeated, its tone now one of triumph. Fear is not just illogical. It is impossible for a life so fortified. The soul does not ignore the enemies. It simply recognizes their fundamental impotence in the face of a strength that is not its own. Then, the testimony turns from the abstract to the vividly concrete, painting a picture of ultimate confrontation and absolute security. When the wicked, even mine enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. The imagery is visceral and brutal. The enemies are not merely inconveniences, they are predators, their intent to consume, to destroy the very substance of the soul. They are the forces of despair that seek to devour hope, the accusations that gnaw at self-worth, the circumstances that threaten to dismantle a life. They come upon the soul, their breath hot, their teeth bared. But in the light of the Lord, their charge is their collapse. The very act of advancing against a soul lit by God and strong in Him becomes a self-defeating maneuver. They do not merely retreat, they stumble and fall. Their own malice, their own violence, becomes the instrument of their downfall. The soul, standing firm in its light-filled fortress, watches as the assault turns into a rout, not by any action of its own, but by the inherent defensive nature of God's presence. The light that guides the faithful is a blinding glare to the foe. The strength that upholds the believer is an immovable wall to the attacker. In the quiet aftermath of this promised victory, the soul rests in a new and profound peace. The light of the Lord is not a temporary flare in a moment of crisis, but the permanent condition of the heart that trusts in Him. It is a light that shines in the stillness of the night, revealing not monsters, but the contours of grace. It is a light that illuminates the path ahead, showing that even the valleys are traversed in its glow. It is a light that exposes the emptiness of every threat, proving that the things which are seen are temporary, but the things which are unseen, this light, this salvation, this strength, are eternal. The enemies may regroup, the shadows may lengthen, but the soul that has proclaimed, "The Lord is my light," carries its own dawn within, a brilliance that no darkness can ever overcome. In the brilliant, clarifying light of God's presence, where fears dissolve and enemies stumble, the soul discovers a profound reordering of its deepest longings. The clamor of 1,000 wants, for safety, for success, for comfort, for vindication, falls away into a hushed and singular focus, as if all the scattered rays of desire have been gathered into one pure, burning beam. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. The declaration carries the quiet force of a soul that has peered into the heart of its own fears and found them hollow. The encampment is not a hypothetical. It is the memory of past sieges and the anticipation of future ones, the gathering of every anxiety and external pressure into a menacing circle around the vulnerable heart. Yet, the soul that has known the Lord as its light now finds that its internal landscape is no longer dictated by the armies at the gate. The heart, That inner citadel of emotion and will has been fortified from within. The fear that once would have pulsed like a frantic drumbeat now finds no resonance, its rhythm broken by a deeper, steadier peace. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. The confidence is not in a favorable outcome of the battle, but in the unassailable truth of the relationship that defines the battle itself. The war may rage, the conflict may intensify, but the soul's position in the light remains unchanged. This is the confidence of a child who, amidst a thunderstorm, hides its face in a parent's coat, the noise and flash rendered irrelevant by the security of the embrace. This newfound fearlessness, born of light and tested by siege, now crystallizes into the soul's one, overriding petition, the single desire that makes sense of all other desires. One thing have I desired of the Lord, that will I seek after. The phrasing is deliberate, a vow of singular pursuit. It is the heart's ultimate priority, stripped of all pretense and secondary ambition. The desire is not for the destruction of the encamping host or the cessation of the rising war. It is not for a life of ease or a path free from conflict. Those are the prayers of a heart still wrestling with fear. This is the prayer of a heart that has been liberated from it, a heart that has discovered that the greatest victory is not over the enemy, but in the presence of the King. The one thing is the answer to every other need, the fulfillment of every other longing, the center around which all of life can finally, peacefully orbit. The desire unfolds in two parts, a beautiful symmetry of dwelling and beholding, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life. This is not a request for a physical residence in a temple of stone, but a cry for unbroken, conscious communion. The house of the Lord is the realm of His manifest presence, the place where His character is most fully known and His voice is most clearly heard. To dwell there is to take up permanent residence in the awareness of His nearness, to make one's home in the reality of His faithfulness. It is to live with a perpetual sense of being welcomed, of belonging, of having a seat at the family table. The all the days of my life sanctifies the mundane, transforming every ordinary moment into an opportunity for fellowship, every trial into a shared experience, every joy into a communal celebration. The soul no longer sees life as a series of destinations to be reached, but as a continuous abiding in the one who is both the journey and the end. The second part of the desire reveals the true object of this holy habitation, to behold the beauty of the Lord. This is the soul's true nourishment, the sight for which it was made. The beauty of the Lord is not a physical aesthetic, but the stunning harmony of His attributes, the terrible beauty of His holiness, the gentle beauty of His mercy, the strong beauty of His justice, the radiant beauty of His love. It is the splendor of His goodness, the magnificence of His truth, the loveliness of His grace. To behold this beauty is to gaze upon it with a captivated heart, to study it, to admire it, to be transformed by the act of looking. It is to see His hand in the painted sunrise and His heart in the kindness of a stranger, to perceive His wisdom in the unfolding of Scripture and His patience in the slow turning of the seasons. This beholding is the antidote to the soul's weariness and the fuel for its courage. A heart filled with the beauty of God has no room for the ugliness of fear. A mind captivated by his splendor has no attention to spare for the bluster of the encamped host. The final phrase completes the soul's sacred occupation, and to inquire in his temple. The temple is the place of inquiry, of seeking understanding, of bringing questions and receiving answers. To inquire is to lean in, to listen, to engage in the divine dialogue. It is to bring the mysteries of the rising war and the puzzles of the encamped host into the one place where they can be properly contextualized and understood. This is not a demand for explanation, but a trusting search for perspective. The soul that dwells in the house and beholds the beauty is given the privilege of inquiry, the assurance that its confusion matters, its questions are welcome, and its search for wisdom will not be in vain. In the quiet of this spiritual temple, the secret place of the heart where God's presence dwells, the soul finds that the one thing it desired was, in fact, the only thing it ever truly needed, not a change in circumstances, but a transformation of perspective, not the removal of the enemy, but the overwhelming presence of the beloved. The encampments may remain, and the wars may rise, but the heart that has found its home in the beauty of the Lord has found a peace that no siege can break, and a confidence that no conflict can shake. The soul, having anchored its deepest desire in the beauty of the Lord, now discovers the practical, unshakable reality of that desire when the storms of circumstance finally break. The time of trouble is not a distant, hypothetical season. It is the sudden squall that darkens the horizon, the gale that tears at the carefully constructed shelters of a life. It is the diagnosis that arrives in a sterile envelope, the betrayal that echoes in a silent room, the financial collapse that erodes the ground beneath one's feet. In such an hour, the soul's singular focus, to dwell in the house of the Lord, is tested, its truth moving from a cherished ideal to a vital, life-saving necessity. The promise of the psalmist becomes a rope thrown into the churning waters, a declaration forged not in comfort, but in the crucible of adversity itself. For in the time of trouble, he shall hide me in his pavilion. The imagery shifts from the domestic intimacy of a house to the royal, fortified secrecy of a pavilion. This is the tent of the king, a place of both refuge and authority, hidden from the view of the common army, accessible only to those summoned by the sovereign's grace. To be hidden here is to be removed from the direct line of the battle, not by fleeing, but by being gathered into the very command center of the conflict. The trouble rages outside, but within the pavilion, there is a profound, strategic silence. The soul is not ignorant of the storm, but is sequestered within it, held in a pocket of divine calm where the noise of the world is muffled and the voice of the king is clear. This hiding is not a passive state of cowering, but an active placement of supreme security. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. The tabernacle, the dwelling place of God's glory, represents the Holy of Holies, the most sacred and separated space. It is the ultimate secret place, veiled and set apart. To be hidden here is to be enveloped in the very essence of God's presence, to have one's identity and safety wrapped in His holiness. The troubles that assail the soul, the accusations, the fears, the pains, cannot cross the threshold of this sacred secrecy. They lose their venom, their power to define or destroy, when the soul is known and kept by a holiness that consumes all impurity. The hiding is a divine act of preservation, a lifting of the soul out of the realm of the temporal crisis and into the eternal reality of God's character. The trouble may strip away every other security, every other source of confidence, but it cannot touch the soul tucked away in the secret of His tabernacle. The placement becomes even more definitive, more triumphant. He shall set me up upon a rock. This is the language of exaltation and immovability. The rock is high, a vantage point above the fray of the battlefield, and it is solid, an unshakable foundation that laughs at the pounding waves below. The soul is not merely hidden, it is elevated. From this high rock, the perspective on the trouble is transformed. What seemed like an inescapable flood from the valley is now seen as a contained phenomenon, its boundaries defined by the sovereign will of the one who placed the rock. The raging host, the rising war, are viewed from a position of granted authority and safety. The soul, set upon this rock, participates in the victory of Christ, the ultimate rock of ages. It is a position conferred by grace, not achieved by effort, a standing of grace in the midst of the storm. The winds may howl and the rains may lash, but the footing is sure, the foundation eternal. And now, from this elevated, secure position, a miracle occurs. The soul, which by all worldly logic should be consumed with self-pity or frantic strategizing, finds itself moved to a different, more profound response. And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. The lifting of the head is the posture of dignity, of hope, of confident expectation. It is the opposite of the bowed head of shame or defeat. The enemies, the circumstances, the fears, the doubts are still present, encircling the base of the rock, but they are now beneath the soul's gaze. Their power to intimidate is broken. The head is lifted not in arrogance, but in the quiet assurance of a deliverance that is already, in the spiritual realm, accomplished. This lifting is an internal reality before it is an external one. It is the spirit rising to agree with God's perspective, to align with the truth of the pavilion, the tabernacle, and the rock. From this posture of lifted dignity flows an act of worship so counterintuitive it can only be born of the Spirit. Therefore will I offer in His tabernacle sacrifices of joy. The location is significant. The sacrifice is offered in the very place of hiding, in the secret of His presence. The soul does not wait for the trouble to pass to worship. It worships in the midst of it because its security is found in the unchanging character of God, not the fluctuating nature of its circumstances. The sacrifice is one of joy, a stark contrast to the expected emotions of grief or anxiety. This joy is not a denial of pain, but a deeper, more powerful current that runs beneath it, the joy of a relationship that cannot be severed, of a salvation that cannot be undone. It is a sacrifice because it costs the soul something. It requires the will to praise when the feelings protest, to give thanks when the evidence suggests despair. It is the choice to believe that the God of the pavilion is worthy of trust and praise, regardless of the view from the valley. This sacrifice of joy becomes a weapon against the enemy, a declaration that the soul's treasure is not in its comfort, but in its God. The worship culminates in a full-throated, unreserved celebration. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. The singing is the natural overflow of a heart that has been hidden, set upon a rock, and lifted up. It is the sound of a spirit that has discovered, in the time of its greatest trouble, the sufficiency of God's presence. The song is not a whisper, but a proclamation, not a solitary melody, but a resonant praise. It is the music of the redeemed, the anthem of those who have found that the house of the Lord is not a destination for peaceful times alone, but a fortress and a home for the most troubled of hours. The soul, offering its sacrifice of joy and raising its song in the secret place, finds that the time of trouble has not diminished its one desire, but has instead deepened it, proving that to dwell in the house of the Lord is indeed the only safety, the only perspective, and the only joy that can withstand the collapse of every other world. From the high rock of divine safety and the secret pavilion of God's presence, the soul's perspective shifts from triumphant declaration to a posture of raw, vulnerable supplication. The bold confidence that sang praises in the midst of encircling enemies now gives way to the intimate, pleading cry of a child seeking the face of its parent. The transition is not a failure of faith, but its deepest expression, the recognition that the fortress of God is not a citadel of solitary strength, but a relationship of profound dependence. The soul, having been lifted up, now bows low, not in fear, but in the trust that such nearness affords. The cry that rises is not one of desperation born of distance, but of longing born of intimacy, a heartfelt plea for the one thing that makes all other securities meaningful, the undivided attention and merciful response of the Lord Himself. Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice. The petition is direct and personal, a call for the divine ear to incline toward the specific, audible sound of this one human need. The cry is not a silent thought or a generalized sigh, but a voiced prayer, a tangible expression of the soul's dependence. It is the sound of a heart pouring out its confusion, its weariness, its specific burdens into the listening silence of God. The soul does not assume its voice is lost in the cosmic noise. It trusts in the promise of a God who numbers the hairs on its head and collects its tears in a bottle. This is the prayer of one who knows they are heard, and who therefore dares to speak, to articulate the deepest aches and the most fragile hopes, believing that the act of crying out is itself an act of faith, a casting of the entire self upon the faithfulness of God. The plea deepens, moving from a request for auditory reception to a plea for relational response. Have mercy also upon me, and answer me. The cry for mercy acknowledges the soul's own lack of claim, its unworthiness to demand anything from the holy God. It is the language of the tax collector, who would not lift his eyes to heaven, but beat his breast, saying, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. This humility is the fertile ground in which the seed of divine answer takes root. The soul does not approach with a list of its own merits, but with the empty hands of need, trusting that the answer will come not because it is deserved, but because God is merciful. The request to be answered is the core of the supplication, not just to be heard, but to receive a response, an intervention, a word, a sign, a change in circumstance, or a change in the heart itself. It is the belief that the God who hears is also the God who acts, that his listening is the prelude to his delivering. Then comes the most poignant and revealing part of the soul's cry, a testament to the transformation wrought by dwelling in his house and beholding his beauty. When thou saidest, "Seek ye my face," my heart said unto thee, "Thy face, Lord, will I seek." The soul recalls a divine invitation, a command that is also a promise. Seek ye my face. This is the foundational call to relationship, the drawing of the human heart into the magnetic field of God's presence. And the soul's response is recorded as a past, decisive event. My heart said unto thee, Thy face, Lord, will I seek. This was the moment of conversion, of surrender, the setting of the soul's compass toward the true north of God's countenance. It is the one thing desired, now articulated as a vow. The seeking of his face is not a casual glance, but a relentless, wholehearted pursuit of his presence, his favor, his approval, his very self. It is the answer to every other question, the solution to every other problem. From the memory of this sacred vow, the present plea emerges with a new and breathtaking intimacy, a plea that reveals the soul's deepest terror. Hide not thy face far from me. This is the ultimate fear, the one anxiety that surpasses all others. It is not the fear of the encamped host or the rising war, but the fear of divine absence. The soul has tasted the beauty of the Lord, has known the safety of his pavilion, and the thought of that face being hidden, that presence being withdrawn, is a form of death. The enemies without are manageable if the presence within is assured. But if the light of that face is veiled, then even the greatest external victory feels like a desolate defeat. The plea is for continued communion, for the assurance that the relationship, so precious and life-giving, will not be fractured by the soul's own failings or the silence of God. The cry becomes even more personal, more vulnerable. Put not thy servant away in anger. The soul identifies itself as a servant, one who belongs to another, whose identity and purpose are derived from its master. The fear is not of punishment, but of dismissal, of being cast out from the service and presence of the one it loves. The anger of God is not the petty rage of a human, but the holy, righteous response to sin and rebellion. The soul, acutely aware of its own imperfections, pleads that its failures will not result in its exile from the divine household. It is the prayer of the prodigal son who, remembering the Father's house, hopes against hope that he can return, not as a son, but even as a hired servant. The soul would rather be the lowest servant in God's house than a king in any other domain. The final phrase gathers all the preceding pleas into one, comprehensive and desperate confession of need. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation. The appeal is rooted in the history of God's own faithfulness. Thou hast been my help is the testimony that fuels the current petition. The soul recounts the past deliverances, the green pastures, the still waters, the safety in the valley, the table prepared, the preservation from evil. This history is the unassailable evidence of God's character as a helper. The plea, "Leave me not, neither forsake me," is the logical conclusion of that history. The God who has been so consistently present and powerful cannot, the soul argues, abandon his own work now. The abandonment would be a contradiction of his very nature. The title, O God of my salvation, is the final, powerful anchor. He is not a generic deity, but the specific author and finisher of this soul's deliverance. The relationship is personal, covenantal, and eternal. The cry is, therefore, not a shot in the dark, but a confident appeal to a known and faithful friend, a heartfelt supplication that rests on the unshakable assurance that the one who began a good work will be faithful to complete it, that the face which has been sought will, in mercy, be revealed, and the help that has been given will, in grace, be continued. The soul's cry for God's face, still echoing in the sacred silence, now encounters the stark and tender reality of human frailty. The plea for presence gives way to a deeper, more fundamental request, one that acknowledges the soul's own propensity to stray, its desperate need for not just companionship, but direction. The world, for all its clamor and promise, is a maze of false paths and misleading signposts, and the heart, left to its own devices, is a fallible compass. The memory of past deliverance is a strong cord, but the future remains a landscape of shadows, and the soul knows its own weakness, its tendency to listen to the wrong voices, to mistake the easy descent for the right ascent. It is from this place of sober self-awareness that the next petition arises, a prayer that is both an admission of need and an act of profound trust. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. The words paint the most profound picture of earthly abandonment, the failure of the most primal, reliable bond known to humanity. A parent's love is meant to be unconditional, a steadfast anchor in the storms of life. Yet, the psalmist acknowledges the chilling possibility that even this foundational love could fail, that the ones who gave life could, through death, distance, or human failing, withdraw their sustaining presence. It is the ultimate human vulnerability. But into this void of absolute loneliness steps a greater reality. The Lord will take me up. The verb is one of gathering, of receiving, of adoption. God does not merely offer sympathy from a distance. He steps in to assume the role of the forsaking parent, to become the soul's ultimate guardian and provider. His faithfulness is the safety net beneath every broken human relationship, the eternal family into which the orphan heart is welcomed. This is the bedrock confidence that makes the following request possible: the unshakable knowledge that one's fundamental belonging is secure in Him, regardless of earthly allegiances. From this security, the soul's central plea emerges, clear and focused. Teach me thy way, O Lord. This is the prayer of a willing student, a heart that has ceased its frantic striving to chart its own course and now sits at the feet of the master cartographer. The way of the Lord is not a single rigid rule, but the sum total of His will, His character, and His purposes. The path of wisdom, obedience, and love that wins through every circumstance of a human life. It is the way that leads through green pastures and shadowed valleys to prepared tables and high rocks. To ask to be taught this way is to surrender the illusion of self-sufficiency, to acknowledge that the soul's own sense of direction is flawed and easily corrupted by fear or desire. It is a request for daily, moment-by-moment instruction, for the inner nudging of the Spirit that says, "This is the way, walk in it," when the road forks and the signs are unclear. The soul seeks not just a map, but a guide. Not just commandments, but a relationship of constant, gentle leading. The urgency of this request is rooted in the ever-present danger of the adversary. "And lead me in a plain path, because of mine enemies." The plain path is a straight, level road, free from the ambushes and moral complexities that characterize the crooked and perverse generation. It is the path of integrity and simplicity, where a soul can walk without constant fear of a misstep. The enemies here are not merely external foes, but the internal ones as well. The doubts that cloud judgment, the fears that dictate poor choices, the temptations that lure the heart onto more appealing but treacherous detours. The soul, aware of its own vulnerability, prays for a path so clear, so illuminated by God's truth, that the enemies, both without and within, lose their power to deceive and divert. It is a prayer for clarity in confusion, for peace in turmoil, for a route through life that, while not necessarily easy, is unequivocally right and divinely protected. The final part of the supplication names the specific, venomous weapon of the enemy. "Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies." The fear is not just of defeat, but of captivity, of being handed over to the mercies of those who oppose God and His people. These enemies are identified with chilling precision. "For false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty." The assault is not always physical. Often it is character assassination, the weapon of the lie. False witnesses twist the truth, distorting actions and motives, painting the soul in colors of its own malicious invention. They breathe out cruelty. Their words are not mere statements, but a toxic exhalation meant to wound, to isolate, to destroy reputation and peace. This is a peculiarly painful form of opposition, as it attacks the soul's integrity and its standing in the community. The plea for deliverance is a cry for vindication, for the truth to be revealed, for the poisonous breath of slander to be scattered by the wind of God's justice. The soul, committed to God's way and led on His plain path, trusts that the ultimate judgment of its character lies not with fickle human opinion, but with the God of all truth, who sees the heart and will, in His time, silence every false tongue and redeem every cruel word. The prayer, "Teach me thy way," is thus revealed as the soul's ultimate defense. The surest way to navigate a world of falsehood and cruelty is to be so firmly anchored in God's truth that no storm of lies can ever ultimately prevail. The soul, having navigated the treacherous terrain of false witnesses and the deep need for divine instruction, now stands at the precipice of a great and terrible realization. It is the moment in the journey where the cumulative weight of the struggle, the encamped hosts, the rising wars, the cruel breaths of slander, the sheer exhausting effort of seeking a face that can feel hidden, threatens to become unbearable. The spirit feels the approach of a profound weariness, a fainting of the heart that is more dangerous than any external enemy. This is the fatigue not of the body, but of the will to believe, the point where hope itself begins to fray at the edges, where the promises of the pavilion and the rock can seem like distant echoes from a sunnier past. It is the brink of despair, the silent, internal collapse that precedes surrender to the darkness. The psalmist, in a moment of stark and beautiful honesty, names this precipice and reveals the one slender thread that kept him from plunging over the edge. I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. The confession is a testament to the power of a single, stubborn choice. The fainting was not a hypothetical. It was an imminent reality, a breath away. But it was averted by one thing alone: belief. Not a vague optimism, but a specific, tenacious faith. The belief that God's goodness was not a myth for the afterlife, but a tangible reality to be witnessed here and now, in the very land where trouble and cruelty seemed to hold sway. This belief was the antidote to the soul's poison, the spiritual adrenaline that shocked the faltering heart back into a steady rhythm. It was the decision to trust the character of God over the evidence of circumstance, to stake everything on the conviction that the one who had been light, salvation, and strength would not, in the end, withhold his goodness. This belief in the goodness of the Lord is not a passive state of mind. It is an active, muscular force that demands a corresponding action from the will. The final verse of the psalm arrives not as a gentle suggestion, but as a command spoken as much to the psalmist's own soul as to any other listener. Wait on the Lord. The instruction is deceptively simple, yet it contains the entirety of the spiritual life. To wait is not to be idle, but to be actively attentive, to hold one's position in a posture of expectant trust. It is the opposite of the frantic scrambling for a solution, the desperate bargaining, or the bitter resignation that so often characterizes a heart under pressure. To wait on the Lord is to acknowledge His sovereignty over time and outcome, to release the need to control the narrative or force the deliverance. It is to stand at the window of the soul, watching the horizon not for the resolution of the trouble, but for the arrival of the Lord Himself. This waiting is the practical outworking of the belief in His goodness. It is faith translated into patience, trust embodied in stillness. It is the soul's declaration that it would rather wait in the uncertainty with God than rush ahead into a false certainty without Him. The command is fortified with a promise and a charge, a divine energy infused into the weary spirit. Be of good courage. The words are a lifeline thrown into the churning waters of fear. Courage here is not the absence of trepidation, but the presence of a conviction greater than the fear. It is the quality that enables the soul to keep its eyes fixed on the horizon of God's goodness, even when the immediate landscape is one of desolation. This courage is not mustered from within, but is a gift bestowed upon the one who waits, a strengthening of the heart by the very one on whom it waits. It is the infusion of a holy boldness that dares to believe that the story is not over, that the final chapter has not been written, and that the author is both good and powerful. And he shall strengthen thine heart. The promise is the ultimate answer to the soul's faintness. The heart, that inner citadel battered by fear, doubt, and weariness, is the very object of God's restorative work. The strengthening is not a temporary boost, but a deep, structural reinforcement. It is the divine hand steadying the trembling walls, reinforcing the foundations with the steel of his promises, and rekindling the fire of hope in the central hearth. This strengthened heart is one that can endure the silence, withstand the siege, and continue to seek the face of God even when it feels obscured. It is a heart that has moved from the desperate cry of, "I had fainted," to the resilient declaration of, "I am strengthened." The final, repeated command seals the entire psalm in a cycle of enduring faith. Wait, I say, on the Lord. The repetition is for emphasis, a solemn and urgent charge that echoes through the chambers of the soul. It is the psalmist's final word to himself and to every weary traveler who would follow. The journey through fear, desire, trouble, and supplication finds its resolution not in a sudden, dramatic rescue, but in the steadfast, patient, courageous act of waiting. This waiting is the soul's participation in its own deliverance, the active cooperation with the grace that strengthens the heart. It is the quiet, determined stance of a spirit that has chosen to believe in the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, and in that belief has found the courage to wait, and in that waiting has found its heart mysteriously, powerfully, and sufficiently strengthened for whatever lies ahead. As the profound, resilient notes of Psalm 27 fade, their themes of light, desire, and courageous waiting do not dissipate but rather settle into the spirit, preparing it for a new kind of meditation. The focus now shifts from the intense, personal struggles of the individual soul to the timeless, foundational principles of a life that is blessed. The journey through the Psalms of trust and deliverance leads naturally to the serene and contrasting wisdom of the very first psalm, a song that paints a portrait of the righteous life, not as a path of frantic striving, but as one of deep-rooted stability and quiet delight, a life whose strength is drawn not from the absence of storms, but from the depth of its connection to the eternal source of all life and law. There is a blessedness that has nothing to do with the world's applause, a happiness that is not contingent on the shifting winds of fortune or the fragile favor of men. It is a state of being, deep and unassailable, rooted not in circumstance, but in a deliberate and continuous orientation of the soul. It is the condition of the one who has learned to walk a different path, to stand in a different place, to sit in a different company. The journey through the Psalms of trust and deliverance, with their cries and their comforts, now culminates in this serene and foundational portrait, a vision of life as it was meant to be lived, a life defined not by its trials, but by its source. The blessed man is not he who has avoided the valley, but he who carries the green pasture within him. Not he who has no enemies, but he whose delight has become his defense. The portrait begins with a series of negations, a careful mapping of the territory the blessed soul has learned to avoid. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. The walk is the pattern of life, the daily course of action and decision. The counsel of the ungodly is the world's wisdom, the collective voice that prizes self-interest, immediate gratification, and pragmatic compromise over truth and integrity. It is the whispered advice to cut corners, to seek revenge, to hoard resources, to worship success. The blessed man has trained his ear to detect the dissonance in this counsel. He does not walk that path. His steps are calibrated to a different rhythm, his direction set by a different star. He has learned that the wide, crowded road of conventional wisdom often leads to a narrow, confining prison of the spirit. Nor standeth in the way of sinners. If walking implies a journey, standing suggests a settled position, a place of abiding. The way of sinners is the habitual path of those who have turned from the light, the well-worn track of rebellion and disregard for divine order. To stand here is to adopt a posture of solidarity with that which opposes God, to find one's identity and comfort among those for whom his laws are irrelevant. The blessed man does not linger in this atmosphere. He understands that proximity breeds conformity, that to stand in the way of sinners is to risk having one's own spiritual compass demagnetized by the constant, subtle pull of a godless perspective. He may pass through such places, but he does not pitch his tent there. His standing place is elsewhere. The final negation addresses the most subtle and insidious of postures. Nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. To sit is to assume a position of rest, authority, and judgment. The scornful are not merely wrong, they are dismissive, cynical, and arrogantly superior. They mock faith, deride virtue, and belittle the simple trust of the heart. Their seat is a throne of contempt. To sit here is to adopt the scornful gaze, to look down upon the striving, believing heart from a height of intellectual or spiritual pride. It is a posture that withers the soul from the inside, replacing wonder with skepticism and gratitude with irony. The blessed man knows this seat is the most dangerous of all, for it offers the illusion of enlightenment while plunging the spirit into a deeper darkness. He refuses to rest his weight upon it. Having delineated the path of avoidance, the portrait now turns to the positive obsession that defines the blessed life. But his delight is in the law of the Lord. This is the great transformative secret. The power to walk, stand, and sit aright does not come from grim determination or a long list of prohibitions, but from a heart that has found its deepest pleasure, its most satisfying joy, in the very thing that guides and guards it. The law of the Lord is not a dry, restrictive code, but the living, breathing expression of God's character and will, His wisdom, His love, His order for human flourishing. To delight in it is to find its truths beautiful, its commandments liberating, its promises thrilling. It is to read it not as a duty, but as a love letter, not as a threat, but as the blueprint for a well-built life. The soul that delights in the law is like one who has discovered a hidden spring in a desert. It returns to it not out of obligation, but out of a desperate, joyful thirst for the life it gives. This delight manifests in the most natural and profound of occupations. And in his law doth he meditate day and night. Meditation is the soul's digestion of truth. It is not a frantic study, but a slow, ruminative process, a turning over of a precept or a promise in the mind until its nutrients are absorbed into the bloodstream of the spirit. The blessed man carries the law with him as a constant companion. In the day, its principles inform his decisions, shape his conversations, and color his perceptions. In the night, when the world is still, its promises quiet his fears, its narratives fill his dreams, its poetry becomes the lullaby for his restless heart. This is not a sporadic spiritual exercise, but a continuous, breathing rhythm. The law is the lens through which he views the sunrise and the sunset, the filter through which he processes success and failure, the melody that plays in the background of his thoughts. His meditation is the practical expression of his delight, the means by which the external word becomes the internal reality, shaping his desires, renewing his mind, and anchoring his soul in the eternal, unchanging truth of God. In this sacred, continuous engagement, the blessed man finds a stability that the world cannot give and a joy that circumstance cannot take away. The soul that has found its delight in the eternal law, meditating upon its truths with the constancy of breath, does not remain a passive recipient of wisdom. A profound, invisible transformation begins to take root, a slow, silent unfurling of life that stands in stark contrast to the shifting, barren landscapes of the world. The blessed man becomes something more than a seeker. He becomes a living testament to the source of his seeking, his entire being a parable of stability and fruitfulness. The promise unfolds with the quiet, inevitable force of a natural law, a divine principle as reliable as the turning of the seasons. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. The imagery is one of deliberate placement and perpetual nourishment. This is no wild sapling struggling for survival in rocky soil, subject to the whims of weather and chance. It is a tree that has been planted, its location chosen by a wise and loving gardener, its roots guided toward an inexhaustible source. The rivers of water speak of a continuous, flowing supply, a grace that never runs dry, a sustenance that reaches deep into the hidden places of the spirit. The soul, once parched and wandering, now finds itself permanently positioned at the very wellspring of life, its roots drinking deeply not from the shallow, seasonal puddles of human approval or worldly success, but from the profound, subterranean currents of God's own faithfulness. From this deep and secure rooting, a vibrant and resilient life emerges. The tree is not merely alive, it is thriving, its vitality evident in every season, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. The fruitfulness is not a frantic, forced production, but a natural, timely yield. There is a rhythm to this growth, a divine timing that respects the soul's need for periods of quiet gestation as well as abundant harvest. The fruit is the visible evidence of the invisible nourishment, the love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control that blossom from a spirit saturated with God's word. It is not grown for the tree's own consumption, but for the nourishment of others, a selfless yield that blesses the world around it. This fruit appears in its season, a reminder that the blessed life is not one of constant, spectacular display, but of faithful, patient growth, yielding what is needed when it is needed, according to the deeper wisdom of the gardener. Even in times of drought or difficulty, the tree's essential vitality remains unshaken. His leaf also shall not wither. The leaf is the most vulnerable part of the tree, the first to show the stress of heat or the lack of rain. It represents the soul's outward appearance, its emotional and mental state. The world's droughts, the seasons of financial pressure, relational strain, or personal failure, can cause the leaves of the human spirit to curl and brown with anxiety and despair. But the soul planted by the rivers of water retains its verdant freshness. Its peace does not crumble into dust. Its hope does not fall like a dead leaf. There is a perennial greenness about it, a resilience that confounds the logic of circumstance, a quiet, unassuming proof of a hidden, sustaining source. The leaf does not wither because the root has not dried up. The outward stability is a direct result of the inward, constant communion. And whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. This is the ultimate expression of a life aligned with its created purpose. The prosperity is not necessarily the world's definition of wealth or success, but a deeper, more meaningful fruitfulness. It is the prosperity of a life that is effective for the kingdom of God, a life whose works, undertaken in obedience and faith, bear lasting significance. The endeavors of this soul, the work of his hands, the meditations of his heart, the love in his relationships, are infused with a spiritual potency. They are not blown away by the winds of change or rendered void by the passage of time. They prosper because they are part of a larger, eternal narrative woven into the tapestry of God's redemptive work in the world. The blessed man's life is not a series of random events, but a coherent, purposeful story of growth and impact, all flowing from his rootedness in the divine. This portrait of profound stability and fruitfulness is immediately followed by a devastating contrast, a glimpse of the alternative that highlights the sheer grace of the blessed life. The ungodly are not so. The statement is simple, final, and chilling. The life built on any other foundation, no matter how impressive its temporary foliage, leads to a fundamentally different end. They are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. The chaff is the thin, dry, worthless husk that surrounds the kernel of grain. It is the empty shell, the substance without value, the part that is separated and discarded in the winnowing process. This is the ultimate destination of a life lived apart from the delight and meditation of God's law. It is a life of superficiality, without deep roots or lasting substance. It may have the appearance of life, but it lacks the kernel of eternal significance. And the wind driveth it away. The image is one of utter helplessness and transience. The chaff has no anchor, no weight of its own. It is at the mercy of every passing breeze, every cultural trend, every gust of adversity or popular opinion. it is scattered, directionless, and ultimately lost. The stability of the tree, with its deep roots and perennial leaf, stands in majestic opposition to the fate of the chaff. One is defined by its connection to the eternal river. The other is defined by its disconnection, its susceptibility to being blown into oblivion by the slightest pressure. The soul, contemplating this stark dichotomy, feels a profound gratitude for the planting, a renewed desire to sink its roots ever deeper into the life-giving water, and a sober reverence for the blessedness that is found not in striving, but in simply abiding, delighting, and meditating by the never-failing stream. The serene portrait of the blessed man, rooted and flourishing by the river, and the stark image of the wind-driven chaff, create a silence in which a final, ultimate truth echoes with the force of divine judgment and eternal comfort. The contrast is not merely one of different lifestyles or temporary outcomes, but a revelation of two distinct realms of existence, separated by the unbreachable chasm of God's own knowledge. The journey of the soul through the Psalms, from the shepherd's care to the secret place of the Most High, from the lifted eyes to the hills to the singular desire for God's beauty, now finds its foundational resolution in this simple, terrifying, and glorious fact: the Lord knows. His knowing is not a passive awareness, but an active, defining engagement with His creation. It is the gaze that confers identity, the recognition that determines destiny. The final verses of this wisdom psalm draw back the curtain on the final act of human history, where appearances are stripped away and the fundamental reality of every life is laid bare in the light of God's perfect perception. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment. The therefore connects the fate of the chaff directly to its nature. The ungodly, those who walked in worldly counsel, stood in the way of sinners, and sat in the seat of the scornful, have built their lives on a foundation of sand. When the ultimate winnowing comes, when the winds of divine judgment blow with a force that separates all that is eternal from all that is temporary, they will have no footing. The word stand here carries the weight of vindication, of being able to endure the scrutiny of a holy God. The ungodly, for all their bluster and temporary success, will find no solid ground beneath their feet. Their arguments will crumble, their achievements will turn to dust in their hands, and their very identity, built on the shifting sands of self and sin, will offer no purchase. They will be like the chaff, scattered and gone, unable to stand because they were never truly planted, never connected to the source of true and lasting life. Nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. This is the social and relational consequence of the inner reality. The congregation of the righteous is the eternal assembly of those who have been known by God, the great cloud of witnesses whose delight was in the Lord and whose roots drank from His river. It is the fellowship of the blessed, the community of the redeemed, the everlasting family of God. The sinner, whose life was defined by rebellion and disconnection, has no place here. There is no blending, no gradual assimilation. The chaff cannot mingle with the grain. The nature of the two is fundamentally, eternally different. The exclusion is not the result of a petty divine decree, but the logical and necessary outcome of a life lived in opposition to the very essence of righteousness. To stand in that holy congregation requires a holiness that the sinner, by definition, does not possess. The door is closed not by a lock, but by a lack of the only credential that grants entry, a life transformed by and rooted in the righteousness of God. The reason for this great and final separation is now declared, a truth that is both a warning and a profound comfort. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous. This is the ultimate assurance. The way of the righteous is the entire course of their life, the path they walked, the choices they made, the struggles they endured, the delights they pursued. It is a way that was often misunderstood by the world, a path that sometimes seemed obscure even to themselves, marked by stumbles and seasons of faintness. But the Lord knew it. His knowledge is intimate, comprehensive, and sympathetic. He knew the secret tears shed in the valley, the silent sacrifices of joy offered in the tabernacle, the courageous waiting when the heart was weary, the constant, often feeble meditation on his law. He knew the desire for his face even when it felt hidden, the cry for mercy that arose from a sense of unworthiness, the tenacious belief in his goodness when the evidence was scant. This knowing is not a cold, factual recording, but a father's attentive, loving gaze. He knows the way because he ordained it, he led it, and he walked it with them. His knowledge is their vindication. It is the guarantee that not a single step of faith, however small, was wasted or unseen. But the way of the ungodly shall perish. The declaration is final. Their way, the counsel they followed, the path they stood upon, the seat they occupied, leads to one destination: perish. The word signifies ruin, destruction, and ultimate futility. It is the end of the road for the chaff, the final dissipation of all that was built without God. The pursuits, the philosophies, the achievements, the very identity of the ungodly, all that comprised their way, will be shown for what it always was: a fleeting illusion, a vapor that vanishes, leaving nothing of eternal substance behind. The contrast could not be more absolute. One way is known, and therefore endures. The other way is perishable, and therefore vanishes. The Lord's knowing is the element that makes the difference. It is the divine attention that sanctifies the journey of the righteous and gives it everlasting significance, while the way of the ungodly, existing outside that holy recognition, is doomed to the oblivion for which it was made. In the quiet that follows this revelation, the soul understands that the blessed life is not ultimately about personal discipline or moral superiority, but about being known. The delight in the law, the meditation day and night, were the means of opening the heart to that knowing, of positioning the soul within the sphere of his gracious attention. The stability of the tree and the prosperity of its works were the fruits of that relationship, the visible evidence of an invisible connection to the one who knows the way. The journey through the night, holding this truth, brings a deep and solemn peace. The final destination of every path is sure, determined by the gaze of a God who sees not as man sees, but who looks upon the heart. And for the soul that has sought his face, that has cried out for his mercy, and that has, however imperfectly, delighted in his ways, There is the unshakable assurance that its way is known, and in that knowing is kept forever. The soul, having contemplated the serene and eternal dichotomy between the rooted tree and the scattered chaff, now turns its gaze inward, to the more immediate and turbulent landscape of its own distress. The confidence of the blessed life does not erase the reality of trouble. It merely provides the unshakable ground upon which to stand when the earth itself seems to tremble. And in the deep, personal darkness, where the echoes of false witnesses and the memory of encamped hosts still linger, a new cry arises, not the shout of victory from the high rock, but the raw, guttural plea of a heart pressed to its limits. It is the sound of a soul that knows its blessedness yet feels its brokenness, a spirit that clings to the knowledge of God's way even as it stumbles through a night of its own. This cry is not a sign of failed faith, but its most authentic expression, the proof that the relationship with the divine is robust enough to bear the full weight of human anguish. Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. The address is both a plea and a proclamation. The petitioner does not approach on the basis of his own moral perfection, but on the foundation of a relationship. God of my righteousness is a staggering claim. It acknowledges that any right standing, any integrity the soul possesses, is not its own achievement, but a gift conferred by the one to whom it prays. It is the righteousness of the blessed man, a status granted by the planter of the tree, not earned by the quality of its fruit. This foundational truth gives the cry its boldness. The soul can call out from the depths of its distress precisely because its standing is secure in the character of its God, not in the stability of its own emotions or the favorability of its circumstances. It is a prayer that begins not with, I deserve, but with, You are. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress. The cry is rooted in the memory of past deliverance. The word enlarged paints a picture of constriction and release. Distress is a narrow place, a confining cage where the walls of fear and pressure close in, stifling breath and hope. But God has a history of enlargement. He has pushed back the walls, widened the space, and created room for the soul to breathe again. This memory is the fuel for the present petition. The soul, feeling the familiar tightness of a new anxiety, recalls the divine hand that has previously pried open the prison doors. The current distress, however acute, is measured against the proven power of a God who specializes in making a way where there is no way, in turning the tightest corner into a broad place of grace. Have mercy upon me, and hear my prayer. The plea for mercy is the soul's unconditional surrender. It is the recognition that the answer to prayer is never a transaction, but always a gift. The soul brings nothing to the table but its need, its emptiness, its desperate dependence. It does not bargain or present its resume of faithfulness. It throws itself upon the nature of God, which is mercy. The request to be heard is, in itself, an act of faith. It is the belief that the sovereign of the universe is not too preoccupied to attend to the whispered anguish of a single heart, that the divine ear is inclined to the specific frequency of this one particular cry. In the silence that follows the prayer, This faith becomes the slender thread holding the soul to the promise of an answer. Then, from this posture of vulnerable trust, the psalmist's perspective shifts. He turns his attention from the vertical cry to the horizontal reality, from his dialogue with God to the clamor of the world. O ye sons of men, how long will ye turn my glory into shame? The address is to his adversaries, to the collective voice of those who find their satisfaction in transient things. My glory is the dignity, the honor, the God-given identity of the one who trusts in the Lord. The world, in its folly, seeks to turn this glory into shame, to mock the simplicity of faith, to label dependence as weakness, and to treat the pursuit of God's beauty as a quaint irrelevance. They see the tears of distress and mistake them for defeat, not understanding that they are the very language of a living, breathing relationship with the divine. How long will ye love vanity and seek after leasing? The question is posed not in anger, but in a tone of profound, sorrowful bewilderment. The soul, having tasted the substance of God's presence, looks upon the pursuits of the world and sees only emptiness. Vanity is emptiness, futility, a chasing after the wind. Leasing is an Old English word for falsehood, lies. The pursuits of the sons of men, the accumulation of wealth, the chase for power, the hunger for fame, the worship of pleasure, are all founded on a lie. They promise fulfillment, but deliver only a deeper hunger. They offer a glory that tarnishes the moment it is grasped. The soul, from its place of distress, pities its mockers. Their laughter rings hollow. Their success seems like a beautifully wrapped box containing nothing but air. The one who is crying out to the God of his righteousness, though in pain, possesses a reality that the most successful vanities can never provide. The distress, for all its agony, has the paradoxical effect of clarifying vision, of stripping away the illusion that anything but God can ultimately satisfy the human heart. The soul in the fire knows the true value of gold. The soul in the storm knows the true shelter of the rock. And so, the cry continues, a mixture of pain and pity, of need and unshakable conviction, a testimony that even in the deepest distress, the way of the righteous is known, and the way of vanity is already, fundamentally, perishing. In the deep well of distress, where the soul's cry echoes against the seeming silence of heaven, a profound and stabilizing truth rises to the surface, a divine counterpoint to the world's clamor and the heart's own trembling. The knowledge that God has set apart him that is godly for himself settles upon the spirit not as a theoretical doctrine, but as an unassailable fact, an identity conferred from a realm far above the shifting opinions of men and the temporary triumphs of vanity. This setting apart is not a reward for flawless performance, but a sovereign act of grace, a marking of the heart that seeks him, a separation not for isolation, but for intimate, purposeful relationship. The soul, feeling the sting of shame from the sons of men, now understands that its true glory is not in their approval, but in this divine selection. To be set apart is to be claimed, to be designated as holy ground, a vessel reserved for the Master's use. This truth reframes the entire experience of distress. The mockery of the world is rendered irrelevant, its power to shame neutered by the overwhelming reality of a God who has drawn a circle of grace around this one particular heart, declaring it his own. The narrow place of anxiety begins to feel less like a prison and more like a protected cleft, a designated space where the soul, though pressed, is being uniquely attended to by the one who has set it apart. This divine favor is not a passive state, but carries with it the promise of a hearing. The Lord will hear when I call unto him. The assurance lands with the quiet force of a celestial law, as reliable as gravity. The cry that felt lost in the void is, in fact, traveling along a secured line straight to the throne of grace. The hearing is not a vague, general attentiveness, but a specific, focused reception of this particular prayer, this specific anguish. The soul's voice, however weak or wavering, is amplified by the very act of God's listening. The silence that so often follows a desperate plea is transformed from an emptiness to be feared into a fullness to be trusted. The silence of a surgeon's concentration, a composer's contemplation, a father's deep and knowing attention before he speaks. The promise of being heard is the anchor that holds the soul fast in the storm, the guarantee that its distress has not gone unnoticed, that its story is being actively engaged by the author of all stories. From this bedrock of identity and assurance comes a command that is both a warning and a pathway to peace. Stand in awe and sin not. The instruction cuts through the frantic energy of fear and the seductive pull of a quick, sinful escape from pain. To stand in awe is to cease the frantic pacing, to still the trembling hands, and to fix the gaze not on the magnitude of the problem, but on the majesty of the problem solver. It is to trade the anxiety of the circumstance for the wonder of the Creator, to exchange the pounding rhythm of panic for the slow, deep heartbeat of reverence. This awe is the natural response to the realization of who God is, the setter apart, the faithful hearer, the God of all righteousness. It is the soul's posture in the presence of a holiness so vast and a love so personal that it demands a cessation of all lesser activities. In this awe, sin loses its appeal. The temptation to retaliate against mockers, to seek solace in vanity, to manipulate circumstances through deceit, or to let fear curdle into despair. These paths are seen for the dead ends they are. To stand in awe is to be so captivated by the reality of God that the temporary relief offered by sin holds no power. The command is not to strive harder against temptation, but to be so filled with a superior wonder that the temptation simply withers in the light of it. The final instruction turns the gaze inward, to the quiet, often neglected chambers of the heart. Commune with your own heart upon your bed, and be still. This is the practical outworking of standing in awe. The bed, a place of vulnerability and rest, becomes a sanctuary for holy introspection. The world's noise is shut out. The voices of the sons of men are silenced. In this stillness, the soul is commanded to commune with itself, to hold a sacred dialogue with its own spirit. This is not the narcissistic gaze of self-absorption, but the disciplined examination of one's thoughts, motives, and fears under the gentle light of God's presence. It is to ask the hard questions. Where is my trust truly anchored? Am I loving vanity, even in my distress? What falsehoods have I believed about God or myself? This communion is the soul's own participation in the divine hearing, a preparing of the heart to receive the answer that is surely coming. The command to be still is the culmination of the entire process, a release of the need to control, a surrender of the frantic search for solutions, a quiet trust that the God who has set us apart and who hears our cry is actively at work in the stillness. The distress may not have vanished, the external circumstances may remain unchanged, but the soul, standing in awe and communing in stillness, finds itself held in a peace that is not of this world, a quiet confidence that the one who began this good work of setting apart will be faithful to complete it, even in the darkest hours of the night. From the quiet stillness of a heart communing with itself upon the bed, a new and profound directive emerges, one that bridges the chasm between human distress and divine response. The soul, having been commanded to stand in awe and be still, now receives the sacred prescription for its disquiet, the holy antidote to the toxic whispers of vanity and fear. The instruction arrives not as a burdensome demand, but as the logical, life-giving next step for a spirit that has been set apart and assured of a hearing. It is a call to action, but an action of surrender, a command to offer, but an offering that is itself a gift from God. The turmoil that once churned like a storm-tossed sea is now to be channeled into a sacred ritual, a deliberate act of worship that transforms anxiety into trust and fear into faith. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness. The words carry the weight of ancient altars and the scent of holy fire. In a world where sacrifices were often external, ritualistic offerings to appease a distant deity, this command points to a different kind of oblation. These are sacrifices not of bulls or goats, but of the inner man, sacrifices wrought from the very stuff of a righteous life granted by God. A sacrifice of righteousness is the offering of a trusting heart when circumstances scream for doubt. It is the surrender of a wounded spirit that chooses forgiveness over bitterness. It is the presentation of a confused mind that opts for obedience even when the path is unclear. It is the costly gift of a will that aligns itself with God's character, not the world's counsel. This is the fruit of the blessed man's delight, the practical outcome of meditating on the law day and night. To offer such a sacrifice is to take the raw material of one's distress and, through an act of spirit-empowered will, fashion it into something holy and pleasing to God. It is to say, with hands that might otherwise be wringing in worry, "Here is my fear. I offer it to you as trust. Here is my pain. I offer it to you as a plea for your refining fire." This offering is inextricably linked to the posture of the heart. And put your trust in the Lord. The two commands are a single, unified motion. The sacrifice is empty ritual without the underlying trust. The trust remains intangible without the concrete action of the sacrifice. To offer a sacrifice of righteousness is to physically, spiritually enact the reality of one's dependence. It is to stake everything on the character of the one to whom the offering is made. The soul, communing on its bed, realizes that its only true option is to transfer the weight of its burden from its own frail shoulders to the strong, capable hands of God. This trust is not a passive resignation, but an active leaning, a deliberate reliance on the one who has proven himself to be a hearer of prayers and a setter apart of the godly. It is the final relinquishment of the need to control the outcome, the peaceful admission that the Lord is God, and his ways, though sometimes inscrutable, are always righteous and good. Then, from the midst of those who have tasted the emptiness of vanity, a question of longing arises, a faint echo of the soul's own former hunger. There be many that say, "Who will show us any good?" The cry of the multitude is one of existential despair. Having loved vanity and sought after lies, they find themselves at a dead end, their pursuits having yielded only a deeper hunger. They scan the horizon of their experience, wealth, pleasure, power, knowledge, and find no lasting good, no substance that can truly satisfy the cavernous need of the human spirit. Their question is a confession of bankruptcy, the acknowledgement that the world's pantries are empty. They are looking for a what? A thing, a commodity that can be acquired to fill the void. Their gaze is horizontal, scanning the created order for a satisfaction that can only be found in the Creator. Into this collective sigh of disillusionment, the soul that has offered its sacrifice and placed its trust speaks a single, luminous prayer, a petition that reorients the entire search for good. Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. This is the ultimate answer to every human longing. The soul does not ask for a thing, but for a face. It does not seek a change in circumstance, but a revelation of presence. The light of thy countenance is the radiant, life-giving expression of God's favor, his smile, his approving and loving gaze. It is the very glory that the sons of men had turned to shame, now recognized as the only true source of honor and joy. This light is what illuminated the green pastures, guided through the valley, and shone from the pavilion in the time of trouble. To pray for this light is to ask for the one thing that can make any circumstance bearable, any path clear, any heart glad. It is to seek the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, believing that to be seen by him, to be bathed in the warmth of his regard, is the highest and only good. And in the asking, the soul finds its answer. The light of his countenance is the good. It is the treasure that makes the sacrifice of righteousness a joy and the act of trust a relief. As this prayer settles in the spirit, a profound transformation occurs. The distress that prompted the initial cry does not necessarily vanish, but it is enveloped, overshadowed by a greater reality. The darkness of the room is pierced not by the solution to the problem, but by the presence of the problem solver. The soul, having offered its fragile trust, now feels the first gentle rays of that divine light upon its face. It is a light that does not expose with harshness, but comforts with clarity. A light that does not promise the absence of night, but assures a companionship through it. In the lifting of his countenance, the soul finds that the sacrifice was accepted, the trust was well placed, and the deepest, most fundamental good, the good of knowing and being known by God, has been granted, a calm and radiant truth that shines more brightly than any temporary worry or worldly pursuit. There is a gladness that runs deeper than the world's fleeting pleasures, a joy that is not tethered to the rise and fall of circumstance, a peace that settles in the soul like a weight of gold in a chest of common stones. It is a divine implantation, a gift placed within the human heart by the very hand that formed it, a gladness that flourishes not in the absence of trouble, but in the profound presence of God. The soul, having offered its sacrifices of righteousness and pleaded for the light of his countenance, now finds its prayer answered in a way that surpasses mere emotional relief. The transformation is not of the external landscape, but of the internal climate. The storm may still rage on the horizon, the encamped hosts may still be visible, but within the secret place of the Spirit, a quiet, resilient joy has taken root, a gladness that the world did not give and cannot take away. Thou hast put gladness in my heart. The declaration is one of passive reception, a testament to a work done to the soul, not by it. This gladness is not mustered through positive thinking or manufactured through a frantic search for silver linings. It is a divine deposit, a seed of heaven planted in the soil of a trusting heart. It is the direct result of the light of his countenance, the natural fruit of a spirit that has beheld, however dimly, the beauty of the Lord. This gladness has a different quality than earthly happiness. It does not shriek with excitement or depend on the next acquisition. It hums with a steady, low-frequency joy, a contentedness that is independent of the harvest, secure in the knowledge of the sower. It is the joy of the tree planted by the river, whose leaves do not wither, not because the drought has ended, but because its roots have found a source deeper than the weather. The soul, once filled with the cacophony of distress, now discovers a melody playing softly beneath the noise, a song of grace that grows steadily louder until it becomes the dominant theme of its existence. This divine gladness stands in majestic contrast to the world's most abundant provisions. More than in the time that their corn and their wine increased. The image is one of peak earthly prosperity, the celebration of a bumper harvest, when the barns are full, the vats are overflowing, and the community feasts with abandon. It is the moment the sons of men live for, the tangible proof of their striving success. Yet the soul that has known the gladness of God's presence finds this worldly jubilation to be a shallow echo of the true feast. The joy of the harvest is contingent, temporary, and vulnerable to blight, theft, or the simple passage of time. The gladness God gives is uncaused by external events, and therefore cannot be undone by them. It is a wealth of the Spirit that no moth or rust can corrupt, a vintage of joy that only improves with age. The soul, possessing this inner gladness, can look upon the world's celebrations with a quiet, knowing peace, understanding that the greatest treasures are those that are placed within the heart by the giver of every good and perfect gift. From this place of divinely implanted joy arises a final, profound declaration of trust, a statement that encapsulates the entire journey from distress to peace. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep. The resolution is one of active, willful surrender. The soul is not a passive victim of insomnia or nighttime anxieties. It is an active participant in its own rest. It chooses to lay itself down, to assume the posture of trust, to deliberately cease its striving and its vigilance. The peace that enables this is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of a guardian so trustworthy that the soul can relinquish all control. This is the peace that was promised in the green pastures, the safety assured in the secret pavilion, the stillness commanded upon the bed. It is the peace of a child who, after a long and frightening day, is finally gathered into the arms of a parent, its tears wiped away, its fears quieted by the steady heartbeat of love. The act of lying down becomes an act of worship, a physical testament to the belief that the Keeper of Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps, and that one's own slumber is therefore an act of faith, a participation in the rest of God Himself. The reason for this perfect peace is stated with sublime simplicity. For thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety. The safety is not in the strength of the locked door or the stability of the financial portfolio. It is not in the favorable prognosis or the reconciled relationship. The safety is in the Lord, and in Him only. The soul has come full circle, from crying out to the God of its righteousness to resting in the God of its safety. To dwell in safety is to live in a state of secure abiding, to make one's home in the unshakable reality of His protection. This is the ultimate answer to the terror by night and the arrow that flies by day. It is the final silencing of the false witnesses and the ultimate solution to the distress that initiated the cry. The Lord makes the soul dwell in safety. It is a state He creates and maintains. It is the safety of the sheep in the shepherd's fold, the child in the Father's house, the treasure in the King's vault. The soul, having traveled through the valley of the shadow and the plain path of righteousness, having beheld the beauty of the Lord and offered the sacrifices of trust, now finds its journey's end for the night in this simple, profound reality. The light of His countenance is the lamp that extinguishes the shadows. The gladness in the heart is the song that drowns out the fears. And the safety found in Him alone is the fortress that guarantees a rest so deep, so secure, and so divine that even sleep becomes a foretaste of the eternal peace that awaits in the house of the Lord forever. As the soul settles into this God-given peace, the themes of trust and divine care, so richly explored in the personal lament of Psalm 4, begin to swell into a broader, more majestic chorus. The intimate whisper of, "Thou hast put gladness in my heart," now prepares the spirit to hear the thunderous proclamation of God's glory in all the earth. The journey of the night is not over, but it is ascending, turning from the inner chambers of personal supplication to the vast, star-domed cathedral of creation itself, where the very heavens are about to declare the glory of God, and the meditation on His law is about to become a hymn to His majestic name. From the intimate, God-given gladness that quiets the heart for sleep, the soul's gaze now lifts, drawn by an irresistible pull from the inner sanctuary of peace to the boundless, star-strewn vault of the night sky. The ceiling of the room seems to dissolve, the walls to fall away, until the spirit finds itself standing on a vast, silent plain under the immense, arching dome of the heavens. Here, the personal assurances of shepherd and keeper, of light and deliverance, are swallowed up in a grandeur so overwhelming it steals the breath. This is no longer the God of my righteousness alone, but the Lord, our Lord, whose name is majestic in all the earth. The personal pronoun expands into the corporate. The individual cry merges with the chorus of creation, and the soul is invited to consider a glory that is not just its refuge, but its reason for being, a splendor that sets the very moon and stars in place, and yet, astonishingly, bends its ear to the faintest human whisper. The declaration rises like a tide, a statement of fact that feels more like a discovery. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. The repetition of Lord is not redundant, but revelatory. The first is his sacred covenant name, Yahweh, the personal God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The second is his title as Master and Sovereign, Adonai. The prayer holds the two in perfect tension. The intimately known God is also the universally reigning King. His name represents his character, his reputation, his essential nature, and this nature is declared excellent or majestic, filled with the weight of glory and splendor in all the earth. Every mountain peak, every crashing wave, every whispering forest, every sprawling desert testifies to this majesty. The intricate design of a leaf, the ferocious beauty of a storm, the silent, patient turning of the seasons, all are syllables in the unending proclamation of his excellent name. The soul, small and silent beneath this cosmic proclamation, feels its own worries shrink to their proper proportion, not dismissed, but contextualized within a story of such magnificent scope that even distress becomes a note in a grander symphony. This divine glory is not confined to the silent, brute force of nature. It is established in a way that confounds the logic of power. Who has set thy glory above the heavens? The heavens themselves, in all their incomprehensible vastness, are merely the pedestal for a glory that is higher still. The galaxies, the nebulae, the burning suns that dwarf human imagination are but the lower steps of the throne. God's glory transcends his own creation. It is not contained by the universe, but the universe is contained by it. The soul grasps at this, the mind reeling. The very concept of above the heavens stretches the imagination to its breaking point, pointing to a reality that is utterly other, a splendor that exists in a realm beyond time, space, and matter. This is the God who is being sought, the one whose face is the soul's deepest desire. The realization is both terrifying and comforting, terrifying in its absolute otherness, comforting in its absolute stability. The one who holds the stars in place is the same one who holds the soul in the palm of his hand. Then, from this contemplation of transcendent, cosmic power, the focus shifts to the most unexpected of instruments. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength. The contrast is jarring, almost scandalous. The source of ordained strength is not the warrior's shout or the sage's wisdom, but the incoherent babble of an infant and the helpless cry of a nursing child. This is the foundation of God's kingdom, the cornerstone of his victorious strength. The world seeks power in armies, wealth, and influence. God establishes his strength in vulnerability, independence, in the unadorned trust of those who have no resource but to cry out. The strength here is ordained, it is established, founded, made the bedrock of his purposes. The gurgling praise of a baby, the simple faith of a child, these are the forces that silence the enemy. They are the ultimate proof that the system of the world, built on pride and self-sufficiency, is a lie. True power resides in the acknowledgement of need, in the open-handed reception of grace. The purpose of this ordained strength is now revealed, a purpose that brings the vast scope of the psalm into sharp, triumphant focus. Because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. The enemy and the avenger represent all that is opposed to God's good and peaceful order, the forces of chaos, hatred, oppression, and death. They are the roaring lions and the venomous adders of the spiritual realm, the collective embodiment of the terror by night and the false witnesses that rise up by day. Their weapons are sophistication, cynicism, and overwhelming force. And God's strategy to silence them is the praise of infants. It is a divine paradox of the highest order. The enemy, who mocks the simplicity of faith and scorns the vulnerability of trust, is rendered speechless, confounded, and ultimately defeated not by a greater display of power, but by the sheer, undefended truth of dependent love. The gurgle of a baby is a more powerful weapon than the sharpest sword because it is a perfect echo of the gospel itself. That strength is made perfect in weakness, that the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these. The soul, lying in the darkness, understands that its own cries, its own prayers of distress, its own sacrifices of righteousness, its own feeble trust, are not signs of failure, but participations in this ordained strength. They are part of the chorus of creation that, from the stars to the sucklings, declares the majesty of God's name and stills the cacophony of the enemy, ushering in a peace that is as profound as the heavens above and as tender as the trust of a child. The soul, still reeling from the cosmic declaration of God's majesty and the confounding strength found in the mouths of babes, now turns its gaze upward with a new and humbled intensity. The vast, star-dusted expanse of the night sky, which moments before had been a canvas for divine glory, now becomes a mirror for human insignificance. Each pinpoint of light was not merely a distant spark, but a raging sun, a colossal furnace burning with energies beyond comprehension, many of them so far away that their light had traveled for millennia just to die upon the retina of a mortal eye. The constellations, those ancient patterns named by forgotten kings, wheeled in their silent, stately dance, obeying laws of physics so precise that the universe itself held together. The Milky Way arched overhead like a spray of diamond dust, a river of stars so numerous they blurred into a single, luminous fog, each one a world, a system, a mystery. And the soul, lying on its small bed on a spinning planet, felt the sheer, crushing weight of this scale. It was a speck of dust on a grain of sand in an ocean of galaxies, a fleeting whisper in an eternity of silence. The question that had been forming in the heart now broke the surface, not as a cry of despair, but as a whisper of pure, unadorned wonder, the only possible response to such overwhelming grandeur. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers. The act of consideration was not a casual glance, but a deep, meditative absorption. The soul tried to hold the concept of light years, of infinite space, of a cosmos that had no discernible edge. And this immeasurable vastness was described as the work of God's fingers. The imagery was one of breathtaking intimacy and effortless power. A master sculptor might use his whole arm to shape a massive block of stone, but for the finest details, the most delicate filigree, he would use his fingertips. The heavens, in all their mind-numbing complexity and scale, were not the product of God's straining might, but the delicate artistry of his fingers. The spiral of a galaxy, the orbit of a moon, the unique spectrum of a star, these were the fine brushstrokes of the ultimate artist. The soul felt not only small, but cherished, as if the same hand that had set the Pleiades in their cluster and loosened the bands of Orion had also, with the same deliberate care, formed the intricate chambers of the human heart. The moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained. The word ordained spoke of purpose, of intentional placement. These celestial bodies were not random accidents in a chaotic void. They were appointed. They had a function in a cosmic order that far surpassed human understanding. They marked seasons, they governed tides, they guided travelers, and they declared the glory of their Maker. Their constancy was a silent sermon on the faithfulness of God. Night after night, for all of recorded history and beyond, they had kept their watch, their positions calculated with a precision that made the most advanced human technology seem like a child's toy. They were fixed, reliable, testifying to a Creator who was himself the same yesterday, today, and forever. In a world of change and decay, the moon and the stars were ancient, unwavering witnesses to an unchanging God. Then, from the depths of this awe, the question erupted, a paradox so profound it has echoed in the heart of every human who has ever looked up at a clear night sky. What is man, that thou art mindful of him? The question was one of sheer disproportion. Why would the mind that conceived the whirlpool galaxy, that calibrated the force of gravity and the speed of light, that painted the nebulae with colors no human eye could fully perceive, why would that mind turn its infinite attention to a bipedal mammal on a tiny, watery rock? Why would the creator of 100 billion galaxies be mindful, take thought, pay attention, hold in active consideration to a creature whose life was a vapor, whose knowledge was a shadow, whose greatest achievements were often acts of destruction? It made no sense. It defied every law of scale and importance. The soul felt the absurdity of it, the glorious, illogical truth that the God of the cosmos was personally, intimately aware of its every breath, its every silent fear, its every whispered prayer offered in the dark. And the Son of Man, that thou visitest him? The wonder deepened. Not only was God mindful, but he visited. He did not observe from a distance, like a scientist studying an interesting specimen under a glass. He drew near. He entered the story. The word visit implied a personal coming, a deliberate descent into the sphere of human existence. It was the language of a king leaving his palace to walk among the peasants, of a doctor entering the quarantine sick room. It was the ultimate condescension, the bending down of the infinite to touch the finite. The soul, humbled by the heavens, was now utterly undone by this intimacy. The same God who ordained the paths of comets and the burning of suns had visited humanity in 1,000 ways, in the quiet whisper to a prophet, in the pillar of cloud guiding a nation, and ultimately in the incarnation, when the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. The visit was not a one-time event in history, but the ongoing reality of the Spirit's presence, the divine companionship offered to every heart that would receive it. To be visited by God was to have the Creator of the stars as a guest in the humble dwelling of the human spirit, to have the source of all light kindle a lamp in the inner darkness, to have the author of time enter the fleeting moments of a human life and make them eternal. In the quiet of the night, under the silent testimony of the moon and the stars, the soul received the answer to its question, not as an explanation, but as a gift. The significance of humanity was not found in its size or its power, but in the inexplicable, merciful, majestic attention of the God who made it, who was mindful of it, and who, in a love that surpassed all understanding, chose to visit. Yet, for all his seeming insignificance under the star-strewn sky, man is not a forgotten accident in a cold, indifferent universe. The divine paradox deepens, shifting from the soul's humble wonder to a breathtaking proclamation of its God-given dignity. The question of, what is man, finds its resounding answer not in the language of science or philosophy, but in the poetry of grace. The Creator, who measures the heavens with the span of his hand, now stoops to place a crown upon the head of this dust-born creature. The soul, which had felt like a speck of cosmic dust, now discovers its true identity reflected in the very gaze of God. It is an identity not earned by conquest or intellect, but conferred by a love that defies all proportion, a love that looks upon fragile, mortal humanity and sees a reflection of its own eternal glory. For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels. The comparison is both humbling and exalting. Humanity occupies a specific, ordained place in the hierarchy of creation, positioned just below the celestial beings, the mighty angelic host who stand in the immediate presence of God, who execute his judgments and sing his praises in the courts of heaven. To be a little lower than these magnificent, spiritual beings is to acknowledge a boundary, a limitation of the mortal frame. Humans are not ethereal. They are earthy, bound by time, subject to weakness, hunger, and sleep. They do not behold the unveiled glory of God as the seraphim do. Yet, this little lower is not a mark of disdain, but a placement of immense honor. It situates humanity at the pinnacle of the material world, the apex of God's earthly creation, the bridge between the dust of the ground and the courts of heaven. The soul understands that its physicality, its very humanness, is not a flaw to be escaped, but a sacred vessel designed for a unique and glorious purpose. This conferred status is adorned with the ultimate symbols of royal favor, and has crowned him with glory and honor. The act of crowning is one of inauguration and celebration. It is the public declaration of a new identity and a conferred authority. The glory and honor are not intrinsic to humanity. They are gifts, a divine investiture. The glory is the weight of significance, the radiance of purpose that God Himself places upon human life. It is the reason a human face can express love, compassion, and courage, flickers of the divine image. The honor is the dignity, the inherent worth bestowed upon every person, regardless of station, achievement, or virtue. It is the value God assigns, a value so immense that it warranted the ultimate visit, the sacrifice of the Son. This crown transforms the entire human experience. The mundane acts of love, the struggle for justice, the creation of art, the pursuit of knowledge, all are elevated from mere biological functions to acts of royal significance, a living out of the glory and honor with which the King has crowned His creation. The purpose of this crowning now unfolds, revealing the scope of the dominion granted. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. The authority is not for self-aggrandizement, but for stewardship. The works of thy hands is everything the psalmist considered moments before. The heavens, the moon, the stars, and all the intricate, teeming life of the earth itself. Humanity is appointed as God's viceroy, His regent over the physical realm. This dominion is the charge to cultivate, to name, to care for, and to wisely rule the creation, not as a tyrannical master, but as a responsible representative of the true King. It is a call to reflect God's own character of creative order and nurturing love into the world He has made. The soul, lying in the darkness, feels the weight and the wonder of this calling. To be human is to be entrusted with a kingdom, to have a role in the ongoing work of shaping and shepherding the earth, to be a partner, however small, in the divine administration of the cosmos. The final declaration seals this vast and holy commission, leaving no corner of the created order outside its purview. Thou hast put all things under His feet. The imagery is one of absolute and uncontested authority. To have something under one's feet is to have it within one's sphere of control, to stand upon it as a foundation. This is the full expression of the dominion granted in the garden, a mandate that, though fractured by the fall, points toward a restored order in the redemptive plan of God. It speaks of a time when the chaos of nature, the fear of the animal kingdom, and even the final enemy, death, will be brought into submission under the feet of the one who was Himself made a little lower than the angels for a time, Jesus Christ, and in Him, all who are crowned with glory and honor through faith. The soul, contemplating this, understands that its own small struggles for order, for peace, for goodness in its personal sphere, are microcosms of this great cosmic mandate. The fear that is subdued by trust, the chaos of emotion that is ordered by prayer, the hidden acts of kindness, these are all participations in this God-given dominion. A living out of the royal identity bestowed by the one who visited, who crowned, and who entrusted His world to the hands of those He made in His own image. The night sky no longer speaks only of distance, but of a delegated responsibility. The silence is not an emptiness, but a canvas awaiting the stewardship of a crowned and glorious creation. The soul, crowned with a glory that echoes the divine and entrusted with a dominion as vast as creation itself, now beholds the specific, tangible evidence of this God-given authority. The gaze that had swept across the starry heavens now lowers to the familiar, earthy realm of pastures and pens, to the creatures that have walked alongside humanity since the dawn of time, sharing the soil and the seasons. The abstract truth of stewardship finds its concrete expression in the simple, profound reality of the animal kingdom, the living, breathing works of God's hands placed under human care. The declaration of the psalmist becomes a litany of entrusted power, a roll call of the subjects in this earthly kingdom where humanity serves as God's appointed regent. The sheep and the oxen are not merely resources. They are the first and most fundamental members of this delegated realm, symbols of provision, labor, and the intimate interdependence between the crown bearer and the creation. All sheep and oxen. The pairing represents the dual pillars of ancient agrarian life: the sheep for its wool, its meat, and its gentle, flocking nature; the ox for its immense strength, its patient labor in plowing the fields and threshing the grain. They are the foundation of sustenance and civilization, the quiet partners in humanity's struggle to draw life from the earth. To have these under one's feet is to have the means of survival and community within one's grasp. It is a power that carries with it a profound responsibility, a call to care that mirrors the shepherd's heart of God Himself. The soul, considering this, feels the weight of its own small dominions, the care for a family, the management of a home, the responsibility in a workplace. These are the modern sheep and oxen, the spheres where the conferred glory and honor are to be exercised with wisdom, kindness, and justice, reflecting the character of the one who bestowed the crown. The list expands, reaching beyond the domesticated to the wild, the untamed frontiers of the earth, yea, and the beasts of the field. These are the creatures beyond the fence line, the denizens of the forest and the plain, the stag with its majestic antlers, the fox with its cunning, the bear with its formidable power. Their world runs on a different set of rules, governed by instinct and the raw struggle for survival. Yet, even they fall under the broad canopy of the human mandate. This dominion is not one of ruthless exploitation, but of wise governance, a calling to preserve the balance and beauty of the wild, to be a voice for those who have no voice, and to recognize that their fierce, free existence also declares the glory of the Creator. The soul's authority is not to destroy, but to protect, not to dominate with cruelty, but to oversee with a reverence for the life that God has made. The dominion stretches to the skies above. The fowl of the air. The eagle soaring on the thermal winds, the sparrow chattering in the eaves, the swallow tracing intricate patterns against the sunset. These creatures of the air represent freedom, perspective, and the untethered spirit. To have them under one's feet is not to clip their wings, but to ensure the purity of the sky they fly in, to safeguard the trees they nest in, to marvel at their design and learn from their dependence on their Creator. Their flight is a constant reminder that the earth is not all there is, that there are realms beyond the immediate, and that humanity's dominion is set within a larger, divine economy that values even the smallest, most fleeting life. Finally, the mandate plunges into the mysterious depths. And the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. The oceans, with their crushing pressures and lightless trenches, their teeming alien life and vast, unexplored territories, are also included in this staggering grant of authority. The Leviathan and the minnow, the coral reef and the abyssal plain, all that moves through the secret, watery paths is under the feet of the Son of Man. This speaks of a sovereignty that is as comprehensive as it is humbling. Humanity may never fully chart these paths or comprehend these creatures, yet they are part of the trust. It is a call to curiosity, to stewardship of the world's waters, and to a humble acknowledgement that the depths, like the heavens, declare the glory of God, and humanity's role is one of awed and responsible partnership. Having surveyed the breathtaking scope of this delegated dominion, from the familiar sheep to the hidden denizens of the deep, the soul returns to the question that began this cosmic meditation, but now with an answer resonating in its core. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. The proclamation is the same, but the understanding has been transformed. The excellence of God's name is not only in the silent, grand architecture of the stars, but in the trusting gaze of the ox, the wild heart of the beast, the free flight of the bird, and the secret journey of the fish. His majesty is revealed in his generosity, in his decision to share his authority, to crown a creature of dust with glory, and to place the works of his fingers under its care. The soul, having journeyed from the distress of personal cries to the majesty of cosmic wonder, now finds its place in the story. It is small, yet crowned, humble, yet honored, a fleeting life, yet entrusted with an eternal purpose. The excellence of God's name is the love that would do such a thing, the grace that visits, the power that delegates, and the wisdom that weaves the fragile human heart into the very fabric of his glorious rule over all the earth. As the final note of Psalm 8 fades into a silence thick with wonder and gratitude, the soul feels a gentle turning, a shifting of focus from the grandeur of external creation to the intimate landscape of the trusting heart. The themes of God's sovereignty and faithful care, so powerfully affirmed in the dominion over sheep and oxen, now prepare the spirit for a more personal declaration of dependence. The journey through the Psalms of trust continues, leading from the majestic affirmation of, O Lord, our Lord, to the vulnerable, heartfelt prayer of Preserve me, O God, where the soul that has glimpsed its cosmic calling now nestles into the simple, profound safety of taking refuge in the one who alone can keep it. In the profound quiet that follows the contemplation of cosmic dominion, the soul's gaze turns inward, shrinking from the star-strewn vastness to the fragile, flickering flame of its own being. The grandeur of being crowned with glory and honor, of having all things under one's feet, now gives way to a more primal, more urgent need, the need for preservation. The authority over sheep and oxen, the stewardship of the wild earth, means nothing if the steward himself is lost, if the crowned head is bowed by a weight it cannot bear. The soul, feeling the immense chasm between its God-given dignity and its inherent vulnerability, does not posture itself as a ruler, but as a supplicant. It folds the crown of glory and lays it at the feet of the one who bestowed it, exchanging the language of dominion for the language of dependence. The cry that rises is not one of command, but of surrender, a heartfelt plea from a creature who knows that its only true safety lies not in its own delegated power, but in the absolute, sustaining might of its Creator. Preserve me, O God. The petition is stark in its simplicity, a raw and honest admission of need. The word preserve carries the sense of guarding, keeping safe, watching over, and maintaining in existence. It is the prayer of a treasure asking the vault to remain locked, of a flame begging the wind not to blow, of a life aware of its own precariousness in a world of decay and danger. This is not the prayer of the blessed man in his serene delight, nor of the triumphant soul on the high rock, but of the pilgrim on a dark path, feeling the erosion of time and the pressure of circumstance, knowing that without divine intervention, the self, the very me that is called to have dominion, could fragment, could falter, could be lost. The soul asks for continuity, for the grace to remain intact, to be held together against the forces that would pull it apart. It is the ultimate act of trust to place one's entire being into the hands of another and say, "Keep me." The reason for this desperate trust is immediately declared, grounding the plea in a relationship of active seeking. For in thee do I put my trust. The trust is not a passive state, but a deliberate action, a continuous leaning of the soul's entire weight upon the character of God. It is the choice to believe that the one who set the moon and stars in their courses is capable of holding a single human life in perfect safety. This trust is the channel through which preservation flows. It is the open hand that receives the gift of divine keeping. The soul understands that its own vigilance is insufficient, its own strength a fleeting resource. The watchman slumbers, the fortress walls crumble, but the one who trusts in God places his safety in a keeper who neither slumbers nor sleeps. The act of trusting is, in itself, a participation in the preservation, aligning of the will with the reality of God's faithful care. Then, from the posture of a trusting supplicant, the soul makes its most fundamental confession, a declaration that reorders the entire universe of its desires and allegiances. O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, "Thou art my Lord." The voice turns inward, addressing the soul itself, recalling a sacred vow, a moment of decisive commitment. This is not a statement about God's general lordship over creation, but a personal, possessive surrender. Thou art my Lord. It is the response to the divine call, the answer to the question of who will rule this inner kingdom. The soul has looked upon all other potential lords, the lure of wealth, the thirst for power, the approval of men, the tyranny of fear, and has consciously, vocally rejected them. It has transferred its title deed to God. He is not a distant sovereign to be acknowledged, but a personal master to be obeyed, loved, and relied upon. This confession is the foundation of all that follows. It is the reason the soul can ask for preservation and can dare to trust. The final phrase unveils the stunning, beautiful logic of this relationship. My goodness extendeth not to thee. The soul, with breathtaking humility, acknowledges the utter self-sufficiency of God. The goodness, the righteousness, the moral effort of the human heart adds nothing to the divine perfection. God is not served by human hands as though he needed anything. He is not enriched by our virtue, nor impoverished by our failure. This realization is the ultimate liberation from the treadmill of religious performance. The soul is freed from the burden of trying to earn its preservation, to merit its safety. It approaches God not on the basis of its own worthiness, but on the basis of his character as Lord. The plea, "Preserve me," is not a transaction, but the cry of a subject to its king, a child to its father, a possession to its owner. The relationship is one of grace, not of debt. The soul's goodness does not extend to God, but his goodness extends infinitely to the soul, encompassing it, sustaining it, and, in answer to the heartfelt cry, faithfully, perfectly preserving it. In the quiet trust of this truth, the fear of dissolution begins to fade, replaced by the profound peace of being held in the grasp of the one who is both Lord and refuge, the master of the cosmos and the keeper of the human heart. In the quiet aftermath of its plea for preservation, the soul's focus shifts from its own vulnerability to the radiant company of those who share its trust. The inward gaze, having secured its footing on the foundation of "Thou art my Lord," now sweeps outward, not toward the threatening vastness of the cosmos, but toward the comforting proximity of kindred spirits. The saints in the land, the excellent ones in whom is all my delight. The words arrive like a sudden, warming sunbeam piercing the chill of solitude. These are not merely other people who share a common creed. They are the excellent ones, those upon whom the same divine glory rests, those who have also bowed the knee and whispered the same sacred vow of surrender. They are the living, breathing evidence of God's faithfulness scattered throughout the world, a hidden network of light bearers whose very existence brings solace and strength to the heart that feels alone in its devotion. To delight in them is to recognize the family resemblance, to see in their courage a reflection of the divine courage, in their kindness an echo of the divine kindness. This delight is not a casual preference, but a deep, spiritual affinity, a joy that flows from the shared source of their life and hope. The soul, which moments before felt the weight of its own fragility, now feels the buoyant support of a community it may never fully see, but in which it fully belongs. This holy delight stands in stark, deliberate opposition to the soul's posture toward all other allegiances. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. The warning is not one of petty divine jealousy, but a statement of spiritual cause and effect. To hasten after another God is to chase an illusion, to pour the soul's precious devotion into a vessel that cannot hold it. The other gods are not merely carved idols of wood and stone, but the functional deities of the modern age, the God of success, who demands endless striving, the God of comfort, who promises a painless life, the God of self, who enthrones personal desire as the ultimate authority. These pursuits, for all their initial allure, lead only to multiplied sorrows. The promise they offer is a lie, and the pursuit itself is a frantic, exhausting race on a treadmill that leads nowhere. The initial thrill of acquisition gives way to the anxiety of maintenance, the fear of loss, and the hollow ache of a satiated appetite that only reveals a deeper hunger. The sorrows are multiplied because each new achievement fails to deliver the promised peace. Each new possession requires more protection, and each new allegiance demands a piece of the soul, fragmenting it until nothing whole remains. From this understanding arises a vow of separation, a conscious and decisive act of spiritual hygiene. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer. The drink offering was a libation poured out in worship, a symbol of dedicating one's life and substance to a deity. The drink offerings of blood represent the costly, life-draining sacrifices demanded by the false gods, the compromise of integrity for advancement, the sacrifice of relationships for ambition, the pouring out of one's emotional and spiritual vitality on altars that give nothing in return. The soul, having delighted in the saints and seen the end of the idolaters, makes a clean break. I will not offer. The refusal is absolute. It is the determined closing of the hand that once might have reached for those cups. It is the recognition that to partake in the worship of these gods, even in small, socially acceptable ways, is to drink a poison that multiplies sorrow and dilutes the soul's capacity for true delight. Nor take up their names into my lips. The commitment goes beyond action to the very realm of speech and thought. The names represent the identity, the system, the core narratives of these alien loyalties. To take them upon one's lips is to give them credibility, to speak their language, to adopt their values into one's own vocabulary. It is to allow the world's priorities to shape one's conversations and eventually one's convictions. The soul, guarding the sanctuary of its mind and mouth, resolves to starve these foreign influences of any oxygen. It will not rehearse the arguments of vanity, not whisper the promises of false comfort, not legitimize the lies by speaking them. This silence is a form of active resistance, a way of preserving the purity of its own worship and the clarity of its devotion to the one true Lord. In the quiet of the heart, this vow creates a clean space, a holy ground where the only name spoken is the name that is above every name, the name of the one who preserves, in whom the soul trusts, and whose excellent ones are its everlasting delight. In the quiet sanctuary of surrendered trust, where the soul has renounced the hollow pursuits of other gods and found its delight in the company of the faithful, a deeper, more personal inheritance is unveiled. It is not an inheritance of land or silver, not a legacy written in wills or measured in acres, but a spiritual birthright so profound it redefines the very concept of possession. The Lord Himself becomes the portion of mine inheritance and my cup. The imagery is one of ancient tribal allotment, where each family received a designated share of the promised land, a plot of earth that would sustain them, define them, and be passed down through generations. But here, the soul's allotted portion is not a tract of soil, it is the living God. He is the field that yields an endless harvest, the vineyard whose grapes crush into the wine of joy. He is the cup itself, the vessel from which the soul drinks its daily sustenance, its comfort, its very life. To have God as one's portion is to possess a treasure that cannot be plundered by thieves, eroded by time, or devalued by market collapse. It is to own a share in the source of all reality, to have one's name written on a deed to eternity. The cup signifies the present, personal measure of that inheritance, the daily grace, the moment-by-moment communion, the specific portion of strength or peace meted out for the day's needs. The soul, holding this cup, understands that it will never thirst, for its portion is inexhaustible, and its cup is continually filled from an infinite spring. This divine allotment is not a random act of fate, but the result of a careful, loving curation. Thou maintainest my lot. The word maintain speaks of a vigilant, ongoing guardianship. The lot, the specific circumstances, the unique path, the mixture of joy and sorrow assigned to this one life, is not abandoned to chance or the cruel whims of fortune. It is held, sustained, and managed by the one who apportioned it. The soul's journey, with its particular set of challenges and its unique landscape of grace, is under divine administration. The rocky patches are known to him. The sunny meadows are his design. The hidden streams are placed by his hand. Nothing in the lot is arbitrary. All of it is filtered through the purposeful, maintaining love of God. This truth stills the frantic heart that worries it has drawn a poor lot in life. The boundaries of one's existence, the limitations and the liberties, are not a prison but a curated inheritance, each line drawn by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning and works all things for the good of those who love him. The result of this divine maintenance is a life of surprising and profound contentment. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. The lines are the surveyor's marks, the boundaries of the inherited property. They represent the limits of one's influence, the scope of one's relationships, the reach of one's abilities, the very confines of a mortal life. From a worldly perspective, these lines can seem like restrictions, fences that keep one from a wider, more desirable field. But to the soul that has God as its portion, these same lines are discovered to have fallen in pleasant places. The boundaries are not barriers, but blessings. The limits are not lacks, but the very shape of God's good and perfect will. The small, quiet life is seen as a hidden garden of peace. The difficult, confined path is recognized as a protected pass through treacherous mountains. The soul stops straining against the lines and begins to explore the beauty contained within them, finding that the portion is so rich, so satisfying, that the boundaries themselves become a cause for gratitude, the very frame that showcases the masterpiece of God's faithful care. The final confession is the ultimate expression of a heart at rest. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. The statement is one of settled, joyful possession. The heritage is not merely good, but goodly, beautiful, excellent, and abundant. It is the combined reality of the portion, the cup, the maintained lot, and the pleasant boundaries. It is the sum total of a life lived in God. This heritage includes the past faithfulness that has led to this moment, the present peace that fills the cup, and the future hope that secures the inheritance forever. The soul, which began this meditation with a cry for preservation, now rests in the lavish certainty of its divine birthright. The fears that once multiplied at the thought of scarcity or ruin are silenced by the overwhelming evidence of a goodness that is both its present possession and its eternal promise. The night, which once felt like a time of vulnerability, now feels like the quiet watch over a vast and beautiful estate, a goodly heritage held in trust by the one who is both the inheritance and the inheritor, the portion and the prize. In the deep stillness where the soul has claimed its goodly heritage, a new and vital rhythm begins to pulse, the rhythm of a heart instructed from within, guided not by the shifting counsel of the world, but by a wisdom that whispers in the secret places of the Spirit. This is the fruit of a life that has chosen its portion and held fast to its cup. A life that has turned its ear away from the clamor of other gods and tuned it to a different, more ancient frequency. The soul, having rested in the pleasant boundaries of its lot, now discovers the dynamic force that maintains those very lines, the counsel of the Lord. It is not a voice that shouts from the heavens, but a gentle, persistent nudge in the conscience, a sudden clarity in a moment of confusion, a quiet conviction that settles over the heart in the midst of indecision. This counsel is the practical outworking of the divine maintenance, the living guidance that turns the inherited land into a well-tended garden and the measured cup into a source of continual refreshment. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me counsel. The declaration is one of active, vocal gratitude. The blessing is not a passive feeling, but a deliberate act of praise, a recognition that the greatest gift in the pleasant places is not the land itself, but the map, not the inheritance, but the instructions for its care. The counsel is the proof that the owner has not abandoned the property, but is actively involved in its cultivation. It is the wisdom that teaches how to navigate the rocky patches, how to irrigate the dry seasons, and how to enjoy the fruit of the harvest. The soul blesses the Lord for this intimate tutoring, for the assurance that it does not have to chart its course alone, that the one who assigned the lot also provides the guidance to live well within it. This blessing is the soul's response to a love that is not only generous in its giving, but meticulous in its guidance. This divine instruction finds its most profound expression in the quiet, unseen hours. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. The reins, the innermost mind, the hidden seat of emotions and conscience, become the classroom. The night, a time of vulnerability and rest, is also a time of holy instruction. When the external world is silent and the distractions of the day have faded, the soul's inner faculties, sharpened by the Lord's counsel, engage in a deep, ruminative learning. Fears are examined and disarmed, motives are purified, and the truths of the heritage are absorbed into the very marrow of the being. The anxieties that once paraded as giants in the darkness are now met with the quiet, rehearsed promises of God. The soul learns to interpret the language of its own unrest, to trace it back to a lack of trust or a misalignment with the divine will, and to receive the corrective, comforting instruction that flows from a heart fixed on its portion. The night seasons, once a theater for terror, are transformed into a sanctuary for sacred education. From this foundation of counsel and inner instruction arises the soul's ultimate posture for life, a stance of unwavering focus and unshakable stability. I have set the Lord always before me. This is the conscious, continuous act of orientation. It is the deliberate choice to place God in the line of sight for every decision, every reaction, every joy, and every sorrow. He is the fixed point on the horizon, the true north by which every other direction is measured. To set him always before is to view the world through the lens of his presence, to interpret every circumstance in light of his character. The pleasant boundaries of the lot are seen as the drawing of his hand. The challenges of the path are viewed as opportunities to lean on his strength. The delights of the heritage are received as tokens of his love. This is not a sporadic spiritual exercise, but a sustained attitude of the heart, a habitual turning of the face toward the light. The result of this fixed focus is a stability that defies the tremors of earth and the storms of circumstance. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. The right hand is the place of honor, assistance, and defense. To have the Lord there is to have the ultimate advocate, the strongest ally, the most faithful friend standing ready in the moment of need. This proximity is the guarantee of immovability. The soul may be shaken by loss, assailed by doubt, or buffeted by grief, but it cannot be uprooted from its foundation. The counsel has prepared it for the storm. The instruction in the night has fortified its inner walls, and the constant presence at the right hand provides the steadying grip that prevents a fatal fall. The winds may howl and the ground may quake, but the soul that has set the Lord before it and feels him at its right hand stands firm, a tree planted by rivers of water, its roots too deep to be dislodged, its posture too sure to be overturned. In this sacred, settled confidence, the soul finds that the act of blessing the Lord is not merely a response to his gifts, but the very source of its strength, the continual affirmation of a truth that holds it fast. With such a counselor, such an instructor, and such a presence, it cannot be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. The declaration rises not from a fleeting moment of happiness, but from the deep, settled bedrock of a soul that has found its true home. The heart, once a vessel of distress and pleading, now overflows with a gladness that is both a choice and a consequence. It is the logical outcome of a life that has been preserved, portioned, and counseled, a life that has set the Lord always before it. This gladness is not a superficial emotion dependent on favorable winds. It is the steady, thrumming joy of a spirit that knows its fundamental safety is unassailable. The glory, that God-given dignity with which humanity is crowned, now finds its fullest expression not in dominion over the earth, but in this ecstatic rejoicing. It is the crown itself shining, reflecting the light of the countenance it has sought. The whole being, from the deepest heart to the outermost expression of its honor, vibrates with a joy that is the native language of the redeemed, the sound of a creature fully aligned with its Creator's intent. My flesh also shall rest in hope. The assurance now extends its promise to the very body, the mortal frame that had known weariness, vulnerability, and the creeping shadow of decay. This is not the grim resignation of a spirit trapped in a failing shell, but the confident anticipation of a body that shares in the soul's inheritance. The flesh shall rest, it will cease its striving, its anxious trembling, its labor under the curse. And it will rest in hope. This hope is not a vague wish, but the certain expectation of a future redemption, the promise that the same power that raised Christ from the dead will also give life to our mortal bodies. The soul, which has communed with God in the night seasons, now speaks peace to its own physicality. The aches and limitations of the flesh are not final. They are temporary tenants in a structure that is destined for glory. In the quiet of the night, this truth allows the body to release its tension, to surrender its vigilance, and to participate in the soul's gladness, resting not in the false security of perfect health, but in the unshakable hope of resurrection. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell. The gaze pierces through the final, great enemy, the realm of the dead, the place of separation, the ultimate expression of abandonment. This is the soul's deepest dread, the fear that the fellowship so cherished in life could be severed by the cold hand of death. But the promise of the faithful God demolishes this stronghold. The soul will not be left in that place of shadows. The one who has been its portion and its cup, its counselor and its keeper, will not abandon it to the grave. The relationship forged in trust and sealed by glory is stronger than death itself. The Lord who visited humanity in its smallness will pursue it even into the valley of the shadow, his grip of grace unbroken by the cessation of a heartbeat. The soul that has cried, "Preserve me," receives the ultimate answer: preservation from the final dissolution, a rescue that reaches beyond the boundary of this life. Neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. The promise becomes messianic, pointing beyond the psalmist's own experience to the one who would perfectly fulfill this path of life, Jesus Christ, the ultimate Holy One. In his resurrection, the abstract hope becomes a historical, tangible reality. Corruption, the decay and dissolution that follows death, had no claim on him. The grave could not hold him. This victory is the guarantee for every soul that is hidden in him. The promise that the Holy One would not see corruption is the down payment on the promise that all who belong to him will likewise be raised imperishable. The soul's hope for its own flesh is anchored in the empty tomb, in the undeniable truth that the power of death has been broken, and the path has been cleared for an existence beyond the reach of decay. Thou wilt show me the path of life. The journey that began with a cry for direction and a plea to be taught God's way now reaches its glorious destination. The path is not merely a way to live on earth, but the way to life itself. It is the route that winds through the green pastures and the dark valleys, across the high rocks and through the pleasant boundaries. And it does not end at the grave. It continues, unfolding into a new dimension of existence. God himself will be the guide, showing the way, illuminating each step with the light of his presence. The soul that has followed his counsel through the night seasons will find that the path opens up into a dawn that has no end. In thy presence is fullness of joy. This is the end of the path. the very definition of the life that is shown. The destination is not a place, but a person. The fullness of joy is not an incremental increase of earthly happiness, but a qualitative difference. A joy that is complete, lacking nothing, a deep, ocean-like saturation of delight. It is the joy of the perfected relationship, the unhindered communion, the face-to-face beholding of the one whose beauty was the soul's one desire. All the partial joys of the goodly heritage, the gladness of the heart, the rejoicing of the glory, the rest of the flesh, were but foretastes of this, the ultimate reality, being utterly, completely, and eternally in the presence of God. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. The final image is one of eternal, honored intimacy. The right hand, the place of strength and favor, is now the site of an endless feast of delight. These pleasures are not the shallow, fleeting amusements of the world, but the deep, satisfying delights of the Spirit. The pleasure of being fully known and fully loved. The pleasure of perfect righteousness. The pleasure of ceaseless worship. The pleasure of a creation restored and a purpose fulfilled. They are forevermore, stretching beyond the horizon of time into the limitless expanse of eternity. The soul, which laid itself down in peace, trusting in God's safety, now rises in hope to the vision of an unending day, where the glad heart and the rejoicing glory will explore the infinite pleasures of a life lived forever in the presence of its Lord, its portion, and its joy. The soul, having journeyed through the intimate assurances of preservation and the eternal hope of resurrection, now finds its gaze drawn outward once more, not to the starry vastness of delegated dominion, but to a more immediate, constant, and universal proclamation. The night sky, which had spoken of human smallness and divine majesty, now reveals itself as a page of Holy Scripture, written not in ink, but in light, a continuous, silent sermon preached to every corner of the inhabited world. The heavens declare the glory of God. The declaration is not a whisper, but a roar of silence, a visual symphony of such scale and intricacy that it transcends all language and culture. Each sunrise is a fanfare of color, each sunset a solemn benediction. The orderly march of the constellations across the seasons speaks of a mind of infinite precision. The sheer, untamable force of a thunderstorm, the gentle constancy of the moon's phases, the dizzying expanse of a clear, starry night, all are clauses in a single, magnificent sentence. God is glorious. This glory is not hidden for the elite or the learned. It is broadcasted, lavished upon the entire earth, an open secret for anyone with eyes to see, a divine self-revelation that requires no interpreter, only a heart willing to behold. And the firmament showeth his handiwork. The firmament, the great expanse, the arching dome of the sky, is not an empty space, but a canvas displaying the work of his hands. The same fingers that ordained the moon and the stars now paint the delicate hues of dawn and the fiery palette of dusk. The clouds are his brush strokes, the wind his breath upon the canvas. Every day is a new exhibition, a fresh display of creative power and aesthetic genius. The soul, lying in the quiet, understands that the world is not a random collection of atoms, but a gallery curated by a master artist. The intricate patterns of a snowflake, the powerful grace of a soaring eagle, the relentless, life-giving pulse of the ocean's tide, all are exhibits in this ongoing show, each one pointing back to the skill, the power, and the boundless imagination of the Creator. The firmament does not merely exist, it showeth. It is an active, continuous revelation, a never-ending display intended to inspire awe, to stir wonder, and to direct the heart toward the one whose handiwork it is. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. The revelation is ceaseless, a cycle of divine communication that never pauses. The day does not merely follow the night. It takes up the narrative, uttering its own unique form of speech. The bright, clear light of noon speaks of God's clarity and truth. The soft, diffuse light of a cloudy afternoon whispers of His mercy and patience. And when the day's speech is done, the night begins its own lecture, showing a different kind of knowledge. The darkness, punctuated by points of distant fire, teaches of mystery, of vastness, of a universe whose dimensions humble the human spirit. It shows knowledge of God's transcendence, His otherness, His sovereignty over realms beyond human comprehension. This daily and nightly discourse requires no sound. It is a language of pure being, a theology written in light and shadow, a curriculum for the soul that attends to it. The faithful witness of the celestial bodies, their unerring obedience to the laws set for them, is a silent lesson in faithfulness, a demonstration of a creation that perfectly fulfills the will of its Creator. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The profound power of this cosmic proclamation is its universality. It bypasses the barriers of human dialect, culture, and education. A tribesman in an uncharted jungle and a scientist in a metropolitan observatory both look upon the same moon. A child gazing at her first rainbow and an ancient sage charting the planets both behold the same glory. The voice of the heavens requires no translation. It speaks directly to the human spirit, to the innate sense of wonder and the inherent knowledge of a Creator that God has placed in every heart. This is the silent testimony that renders all humanity without excuse, the primal gospel written into the very fabric of reality. The soul, listening to this wordless voice, understands that its own faith is not a private, isolated phenomenon, but a response to a call that has been echoing since the first day and the first night. The heavens have been declaring, the firmament has been showing, and in the deep quiet of a listening heart, the silent testimony of creation finds its echo, confirming the glory of God and preparing the spirit for the more specific, more personal revelation of His perfect law. The silent, star-strewn declaration of the heavens, for all its grandeur, finds its perfect and intimate echo in the revealed Word of God. The cosmic poetry of the skies, speaking a universal language of power and beauty, now gives way to a different kind of revelation, one that speaks not to the eyes, but to the soul, not of God's might, but of His mind, not of His creative power, but of His caring will. The soul, having been led through the vast cathedral of creation, is now invited into the study of the lawgiver, to behold the statutes that govern not the orbits of planets, but the inclinations of the human heart. Here, in the quiet and the dark, the voice that spoke worlds into being now speaks through the written word, offering a guidance more precise than the North Star and a truth more enduring than the granite foundations of the earth. The law of the Lord is perfect. The declaration lands with the weight of finality. It is not merely good or beneficial, it is perfect, whole, complete, lacking nothing, containing no flaw, no redundancy, no error. It is the ultimate blueprint for human flourishing, the divine specification for a soul made to run on the fuel of righteousness. Its perfection is not the cold, hard perfection of a mathematical equation, but the warm, living perfection of a love letter from a father who knows his child's every need, every weakness, and every potential for glory. This perfect law accomplishes a work in the soul that nothing else can. Converting the soul. The word converting means to restore, to turn back, to bring home. The soul, by its nature, is prone to wander, to chase after other gods, to believe the lies of vanity, to seek its life in the barren places. But the perfect law, like a gentle but unerring shepherd, turns it back. It restores the soul to its original purpose, its true north. It untangles the knots of self-deception, realigns the crooked paths of desire, and leads the heart back to the green pastures of God's presence. It is the mirror that shows the smudges on the face of the Spirit, not to condemn, but to cleanse. The compass that points the way home when every other landmark has been lost in the fog of sin or the darkness of despair. In the stillness of meditation, the soul feels this restorative power, a gentle tug away from anxiety and toward trust, away from bitterness and toward forgiveness, away from the fragile self and toward the solid rock of God's character. The testimony of the Lord is sure. If the law is the perfect prescription, the testimony is the sure record of God's faithfulness upon which that prescription is based. It is the collective witness of Scripture to who God is and what He has done, His covenants, His promises, His mighty acts of deliverance. This testimony is not a collection of hopeful myths, but a sure foundation, a rock of certainty in a world of shifting opinions and relativistic sand. The soul, assailed by doubts in the changing testimonies of men, can anchor itself here. When feelings lie, when circumstances suggest God has forgotten, the sure testimony of His word stands firm, a lighthouse whose beam cuts through the stormy seas of uncertainty. It testifies that He is good, that He is faithful, that His love endures forever. This sureness makes wise the simple. Wisdom is not the accumulation of information, but the skill of living well, of navigating the complexities of life with discernment and grace. The simple, the untrained, the spiritually naive need not remain in their folly. The sure testimony of God, absorbed through meditation and trust, imparts a wisdom that the most educated skeptic lacks, the wisdom to fear the Lord, to choose the path of life, and to build one's house upon the rock. The statutes of the Lord are right. They are straight, upright, aligned with the ultimate reality of God's righteous character. There is no crookedness in them, No hidden agenda, no compromise with evil. They are the plumb line against which every human action and intention can be measured. In a world that calls evil good and good evil, that celebrates gray areas and moral ambiguity, God's statutes stand as an unwavering standard of what is right. They do not shift with culture or bow to popular opinion. Their rightness is their own defense, their clarity a rebuke to confusion, and a comfort to the conscience that longs for truth. And because they are right, they rejoice the heart. This is the great surprise of the law. The world sees rules as restrictive, as killjoys of spontaneous joy. But the soul that has been converted and made wise discovers that true, deep, lasting joy is found precisely within the boundaries of what is right. To walk in obedience is to walk in freedom from guilt, in harmony with one's design, and in the pleasure of the one who gave the law. The heart, once heavy with the burden of sin and the anxiety of self-direction, now leaps with a light and joyful energy, rejoicing in the beautiful, right path laid out by a loving Father. The commandment of the Lord is pure. It is clean, unadulterated, without the mixture of error or selfish intent that corrupts human instruction. It is like a crystal stream flowing from a pristine source, undefiled by the pollutants of the world. This purity has a cleansing effect, enlightening the eyes. The eyes of the Spirit, clouded by the dust of the world, the film of sin, and the darkness of falsehood, are washed and clarified by the pure commandment. It brings illumination, not just information, but insight. It allows the soul to see God more clearly, to perceive the spiritual realities behind the physical veil, to discern the true nature of the battle and the surety of the victory. Things that were once confusing become clear. Choices that were once dilemmas find their resolution in the light of God's pure word. The path ahead, which may still be shrouded in the shadow of the unknown, is lit by this divine enlightenment, not revealing every step, but revealing the one who leads, and that is light enough. In the dark of the night, this enlightening purity becomes a lamp unto the feet and a light unto the path, guiding the soul safely through the terrain of its own thoughts and fears, and toward the dawning certainty of God's eternal day. The soul, having been enlightened by the pure commandment and steadied by the perfect law, now discovers the profound and personal value of this divine revelation. It is a treasure not locked in distant heavens or written in fading ink, but one that becomes the soul's most intimate and cherished possession, a wealth that redefines all other riches. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. This fear is not the terror of a cowering subject before a tyrant, but the clean, awe-filled reverence of a beloved child before a holy and magnificent Father. It is a fear that scrubs the soul of presumption and pride, leaving it in a state of humble, attentive purity. Unlike the fleeting passions and shifting loyalties of the world, this clean fear endures forever. It is not a phase of spiritual infancy, but the permanent posture of a creature in right relationship with its Creator, a foundation of wisdom that stands unshaken when every other support crumbles. In its cleanness, it purifies the heart's motives. In its endurance, it provides a constant, stabilizing North Star for the Spirit's journey through time and eternity. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. The soul moves from the general posture of fear to the specific content of God's decrees. His judgments, His decisions, His rulings on what is right and wrong, His administration of justice, are not approximations or well-intentioned guesses. They are true, aligned with the ultimate reality of His character and the fabric of the universe He made. They are not merely true in part, but righteous altogether, a perfectly coherent and consistent system of divine equity. There is no shadow of injustice in them, no hidden flaw, no compromise with evil. To the soul wearied by the world's inconsistencies, by the triumph of the wicked and the suffering of the innocent, this truth is an anchor plunged into the bedrock of reality. God's judgments will ultimately prevail, and every wrong will be made right. This certainty is a balm to the spirit, a promise that the universe is not morally chaotic, but is under the governance of a judge whose verdicts are both true and wholly righteous. From this foundation of enduring purity and perfect truth arises a valuation that eclipses every earthly metric of worth. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. The comparison is deliberate, pitting the soul's deepest need against the world's most universal symbol of wealth. Gold is durable, beautiful, and universally accepted as a store of value. It can purchase comfort, security, and power. Yet, the judgments and the fear of the Lord are deemed more desirable. The soul that has tasted the clean fear and trusted the true judgments finds that the glitter of gold pales in comparison. Gold cannot cleanse a guilty conscience, cannot illuminate a dark path, cannot steady a trembling heart in the valley of the shadow. It is a temporary, external comfort, while the truths of God are an eternal, internal transformation. The desire for them becomes the soul's highest ambition, a hunger that, when satisfied, yields a richness no minted coin could ever provide. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. The metaphor shifts from the mineral to the organic, from stored wealth to immediate delight. Honey is the ultimate natural sweetness, a symbol of pleasure, satisfaction, and delectable joy. The judgments of God, which might seem stern or restrictive to the uninitiated, are discovered by the trusting soul to be sweeter than this. There is a profound delight in understanding the rightness of a divine command, in feeling the alignment of one's will with God's, in the deep soul-level satisfaction that comes from walking in truth. It is a sweetness that does not cloy or leave a bitter aftertaste, but nourishes and delights the innermost being. The honeycomb, with its intricate structure and concentrated goodness, speaks of this sweetness being not just a taste, but a substance to be explored and enjoyed, a complex and beautiful reality that rewards the soul's meditation. This divine revelation is not only desirable and sweet, but it is also eminently practical, bearing fruit in the daily life of the one who receives it. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned. The Word of God functions as a loving caution, a system of divine signage on the path of life. It warns of the precipice of sin, the dead end of vanity, the toxic swamp of bitterness. It is the kindness of God to post these warnings, to alert His servant to the hidden snares of the fowler, and the destructive ends of the way of the wicked. The soul that heeds this warning is kept from a multitude of sorrows, preserved from the self-inflicted wounds that come from ignoring the Creator's instructions. This warning is not the threat of a capricious deity, but the caring guidance of a father who knows the dangers of the world and wants his child to walk in safety. And in keeping of them there is great reward. The final promise is one of assured return. The reward is not a transactional payment from a distant God, but the inherent, built-in consequence of living in harmony with reality. To keep the judgments of the Lord is to live the life for which humanity was designed. The reward is the great reward of a soul at peace with itself, with its neighbor, and with its God. It is the reward of a clear conscience, a steadfast heart, a mind filled with light, and a spirit that rejoices in the truth. It is the fruitfulness of the tree planted by the rivers of water, the stability that cannot be moved, the joy that is the soul's strength. This reward is great because it encompasses the whole of life, from the mundane to the monumental, and stretches into the eternal future. The soul, lying in the stillness, holds this promise close. The law is not a burden, but a gateway to blessing. The judgments are not restrictions, but the keys to a great and glorious reward, a reward of sweetness, safety, and a satisfaction deeper than the finest gold and sweeter than the purest honey, a treasure that, once possessed, makes every other pursuit seem like dust and ashes in comparison. In the profound silence that follows the soul's contemplation of God's perfect, sweet, and rewarding law, a stark and humbling light falls upon the inner landscape. The very statutes that brought such clarity and delight now serve as a brilliant, unforgiving mirror, revealing not only the path of life, but the countless times the soul has strayed from it. The soul, which had rejoiced in the purity of the commandment, now feels the weight of its own impurity. The question that rises is not one of intellectual curiosity, but of desperate, personal urgency, a cry from the depths of a spirit that has glimpsed the holiness of God and felt the chilling shadow of its own imperfection. Who can understand his errors? The question acknowledges a fundamental blindness. The errors are not just the blatant, outward transgressions, but the hidden faults, the motives tainted by selfishness, the thoughts soured by pride, the words spoken with a subtle edge of cruelty, the good left undone out of sloth or fear. They are the sins of omission and commission, the known and the unknown, a tangled, murky web within the soul that no human introspection can fully untangle. The heart is deceitful above all things. Its capacity for self-justification is endless. The soul realizes that it cannot be its own judge, for it lacks the purity and the perspective to fully comprehend the depth of its own need. From this place of sober self-awareness comes a plea for a cleansing that only the lawgiver can provide. Cleanse thou me from secret faults. The prayer is for a divine scouring, a work of purgation that reaches where the conscience cannot even see. The secret faults are the most insidious, the prejudices hidden even from oneself, the envy that masquerades as righteous indignation, the fear that disguises itself as prudence. They are the roots of the visible sins, the hidden springs that poison the stream of a life. The soul cannot scrub these clean. It can only present itself, in all its soiled complexity, to the one whose law is perfect and whose judgments are true, and ask for the mercy that alone can reach into the darkest, most secret chambers of the heart. This is the prayer of the publican who would not lift his eyes to heaven, the cry of the one who knows that any righteousness of his own is as filthy rags, and that only the refiner's fire can burn away the dross. The plea deepens, moving from the hidden to the potentially dominant, from the secret fault to the presumptuous sin. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. These are the sins of a proud will, the deliberate overstepping of known boundaries, the acts committed with a bold-faced defiance or a casual disregard for divine authority. They are the errors not of weakness, but of strength misapplied, of a heart that says, I know this is wrong, but I will do it anyway. The soul, aware of its own capacity for such rebellion, does not trust itself. It asks to be kept back, to be restrained by a power greater than its own fluctuating will. It is a prayer for divine intervention, for the firm hand of the shepherd to pull the wandering sheep back from the cliff edge, for the inward restraint of the Holy Spirit to check the spirit of rebellion before it can blossom into full-blown transgression. The soul desires not the freedom to sin, but the freedom from sin, the liberation that comes from being held fast by a grace that is stronger than its own stubborn pride. The purpose of this dual cleansing and keeping is profound. Let them not have dominion over me. The soul recognizes sin not merely as a series of isolated acts, but as a potential ruler, a tyrannical power that seeks to enslave the will and dictate the course of a life. The secret faults, if left unchecked, establish a beachhead. The presumptuous sins build a fortress. Together, they can gain dominion, reducing the soul from a free child of God to a bondservant of corruption. The cry is for continued liberty, for the preservation of the relationship that defines the soul's very identity. It is the prayer of the one who has known the pleasant boundaries of God's lot and does not want to be exiled into the trackless, desolate waste of a self-governed life. To be free from this dominion is to be able to delight in the law without the constant, accusing voice of a usurper in the heart. Then shall I be upright. The goal is not merely the absence of sin, but the presence of a positive, integrated wholeness. Uprightness is integrity, a state where the inner and outer life are aligned, where the soul stands straight and true, like a well-built tower, its foundation secure, its walls plumb with the truth of God's character. This uprightness is the result of the divine cleansing and keeping. It is a state granted, not achieved. It is the outworking of the blessed life, the natural posture of a tree whose roots are deep and whose leaves do not wither. The soul longs for this simplicity, this freedom from internal conflict, this single-minded devotion to the one who is its portion and its cup. And I shall be innocent from the great transgression. The final phrase suggests a culmination, a point of no return. The great transgression is the ultimate rebellion, the final, willful rejection of God that leads to a state of irrevocable separation. It is the end of the road for the ungodly, the final dominion of sin. The soul, pleading for cleansing and keeping, is asking for preservation from this ultimate catastrophe. It is the prayer that the journey, for all its stumbles and struggles, will not end in apostasy, that the grace that began the good work will be faithful to complete it, ensuring that the soul, purified and guarded, will finally and forever be presented blameless before the presence of God's glory with great joy. The meditation culminates in an offering, a final surrender of the very instruments of both sin and righteousness. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. The soul brings its entire internal and external life to the altar. The words of the mouth are the visible fruit. The meditation of the heart is the invisible root. Both are laid before God for his approval. The prayer is that every utterance, whether in prayer or in conversation, and every silent thought, whether in wakefulness or in dreams, would be pleasing to him. It is a prayer for consistency, for a life so saturated with God's presence that even its most secret rhythms beat in time with his will. This is the ultimate expression of setting the Lord always before me. It is the desire for a holiness that permeates every crevice of the being. The final declaration seals the prayer in a confession of ultimate dependence and identity. O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. The titles are chosen with care. He is my strength, the source of the power to be cleansed, to be kept, to be upright. The soul has no strength of its own for this holy work, and he is my Redeemer, the one who buys back, who pays the price for the errors and the great transgression, who delivers from the dominion of sin. The relationship is personal, possessive, and salvific. The soul does not approach a distant deity with a list of self-improvement goals. It throws itself upon the strength and the redeeming love of its covenant God. In this closing affirmation, the plea for cleansing finds its answer in the character of the one who is both the judge and the justifier, the lawgiver and the redeemer. The soul, having laid bare its need, now rests in the sure hope that the one who has begun this work of revelation and conviction will be faithful to complete it, making the words and the meditations of the heart a fragrant offering, acceptable in the sight of the Lord, its strength and its Redeemer. Even in the wake of self-examination and the plea for cleansing, a new and resilient note rises in the soul's night song, a declaration not of need, but of unwavering praise. The focus shifts from the inward landscape of secret faults to the unchanging character of God, a character so worthy that it compels a commitment beyond the reach of fluctuating circumstance. The soul, having cast its failings upon the strength of its Redeemer, now fixes its gaze upon his faithfulness, and from that fixed point, makes a vow that spans every possible season of the human heart. I will bless the Lord at all times. The resolution is absolute, a holy defiance against the tyranny of mood and the vicissitudes of fortune. It is a promise to bless in the darkness as in the dawn, in the valley as on the mountaintop, in the ache of want as in the fullness of provision. This blessing is not a fleeting emotion, but a deliberate act of the will, a choice to ascribe worth to God simply for who He is, independent of what He gives or withholds. It is the soul's ultimate weapon against despair, the decision to let praise be the perpetual atmosphere of its existence, a continuous offering that sanctifies time itself, turning every moment into an opportunity to acknowledge the one who is worthy of all honor. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. The commitment moves from the internal resolve of the will to the external expression of the lips. The mouth, so recently the subject of a prayer for acceptability, now becomes a conduit for unceasing adoration. This is not the sporadic praise of a worship service, but a continual murmur of gratitude, an undercurrent of thankfulness that runs beneath the surface of daily life. It is the soul learning to narrate its own story in the key of grace, to interpret every event, the mundane, the difficult, the joyful, through the lens of God's goodness. The praise is not for public performance, but for personal sustenance. It is the sound the heart makes when it remembers its source, the verbal confirmation of the truth that the Lord is its strength and its Redeemer, a refrain that, when spoken often enough, begins to reshape reality from the inside out. This personal, continual praise is not meant for solitude alone. It is inherently expansive, designed to draw others into its joyful orbit. My soul shall make her boast in the Lord. The word boast here is stripped of all arrogance. It is the joyful testimony of one who has found a treasure and cannot help but speak of it. The soul boasts not in its own wisdom, strength, or righteousness, but in the Lord, in His covenant loyalty, His delivering power, His boundless mercy. This is the testimony that silences the enemy and encourages the faint-hearted. It is the story of the green pastures, the still waters, the prepared table, and the upheld cup, told and retold until its truth becomes a fortress for others. The humble shall hear thereof, and be glad. The boasting is not for the proud, who trust in their own resources, but for the humble, those who know their need. They are the audience for this soul song. They will hear the testimony of God's faithfulness to a trusting heart, and their own hearts will kindle with a fresh and contagious gladness. The soul's praise becomes a spark that ignites hope in another's darkness, a shared flame that testifies to a goodness that is real, tangible, and available to all who bow the knee. The call to worship now broadens into a universal invitation, a summons for collective exaltation. O magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt His name together. The solitary vow of blessing blossoms into a communal chorus. The soul, having journeyed alone through valleys of distress and peaks of intimate assurance, now reaches out, its hand extended to fellow pilgrims in the night. Magnify the Lord with me, it cries, not as a command, but as an invitation to shared wonder. To magnify is not to make God bigger, but to see Him bigger, to adjust the lens of perception until His glory fills the entire frame of reality. It is a corporate act of focusing, a unified gaze upon His majesty that diminishes every fear and every foe. Let us exalt His name together. The exaltation is the lifting up, the raising of God's name above every other name, every other worry, every other allegiance. The togetherness is the key. There is a unique power in unified praise, a spiritual synergy where the faith of one strengthens the faith of another, and the combined worship of many hearts creates a sanctuary of God's presence, more tangible than any building made with hands. In the quiet of the night, this call echoes, a promise that the soul is not alone in its vigil, that a great cloud of witnesses joins in the eternal blessing of the Lord, and that even in the stillness, there is a fellowship of praise, magnifying and exalting the name that is above every name, now and forevermore. There is a seeking that is more than a casual glance, a pursuit that is born of a desperate hunger, a turning of the entire being toward a single, life-giving source. It is the movement of a soul that has exhausted all other options, that has tasted the emptiness of vanity and felt the chill of its own secret faults, and now, with a clarity forged in the fires of need, directs its entire focus toward the one who alone can answer. The soul, having vowed to bless the Lord at all times, now recounts the foundational experience that makes such a vow possible, the moment of pure, undiluted seeking. This was not a religious ritual, but a primal cry, a groping in the darkness for a hand that was already outstretched, a running toward a refuge whose doors were already flung wide. The memory of this seeking is not a relic of the past, but the living engine of present praise, the proof that the boast in the Lord is not a hollow chant, but the echo of a deliverance that was personally, powerfully, and permanently received. I sought the Lord, and he heard me. The statement is a divine equation of breathtaking simplicity. The seeking on one side is met, without fail, by the hearing on the other. The soul's cry did not vanish into a cosmic void. It traveled a secured line straight to the heart of God. The hearing was not a passive registration of sound, but an active, engaged reception. It was the bending down of the divine ear, the focused attention of the king upon the plea of his subject, the father's turn toward the whisper of his child. In the stillness of recollection, the soul feels again the profound relief of that moment, the cessation of the terrible loneliness, the shattering of the silence, the sure and certain knowledge that it had been heard. The seeking was the act of faith. The hearing was the immediate, gracious response of a God who delights in being found by those who search for him with all their heart. And delivered me from all my fears. The deliverance was not from the circumstances that inspired the fear, but from the fears themselves. The fears were the true captors, the gnawing anxiety about the future, the chilling dread of the unknown, the paralyzing terror of the valley's shadow. They were interior tyrants that held the soul in a prison of its own making. But the Lord, in hearing the cry, did not merely promise future safety. He broke the power of the fear in the present moment. It was as if a light had been switched on in a haunted room, revealing the monsters to be mere shadows, their terrifying forms reduced to insubstantial nothings. The financial worry lost its grip, the fear of man its sting, the dread of sickness its icy clutch. The deliverance was a liberation of the spirit, a setting free from the internal torment that was far more destructive than any external threat. The soul, once shackled by what-ifs and worst-case scenarios, now stood in the quiet confidence that the one who had heard was also able to keep. This divine deliverance has a visible, transformative effect on the one who has been sought and found. They looked unto him and were lightened. The imagery is one of a collective turning, a company of faces all tilting upward toward a single source of light. The act of looking is one of trust, of expectation, of ceasing to look at the swirling storm and fixing the gaze upon the one who commands the winds and the waves. And in that looking, a miracle occurs. They were lightened. The word carries the sense of being radiant, of having their faces made bright. It is the same transformation that Moses experienced on the mountain, a reflection of the divine glory. The fears and anxieties that had carved lines of worry and cast shadows of despair were wiped away, replaced by a serenity that shone from within. The soul's countenance became a mirror of its inner state, a state of peace, of trust, of a burden lifted. This radiance was not a mask of forced positivity, but the genuine glow of a heart that had been delivered, a spirit that had been filled with the light that no darkness could comprehend. And their faces were not ashamed. The final promise seals the transformation. Shame is the companion of fear and failure, the hot blush of exposure, the sense of being found wanting. It is what the soul feels when its boasts and false gods are proven empty, when its self-reliance crumbles, when its secret faults are laid bare. But for those who look to him, shame is impossible. Their trust is not misplaced. Their hope is not a delusion. The one they look to is utterly reliable, his character unchanging, his power absolute. There is no disappointment in him, no failure that can nullify his covenant, no circumstance that can expose their faith as foolish. Their faces, once potentially marked by the shame of a hope deferred or a trust betrayed, are now marked instead by a confident, unashamed assurance. They look to the Lord, and he did what he promised. He heard, he delivered, he lightened. The face that is turned toward God in trust will never, ever have cause to be covered in the shame of a faith poorly placed, for the object of that faith is the Rock of Ages, the faithful God, whose yes and amen are the eternal guarantee of every promise he has made. There is a guardianship that operates in a realm beyond the perception of human senses, a divine defense system whose sentinels are not of flesh and blood. The soul, having been lightened by the act of looking to the Lord and delivered from the internal tyranny of its fears, now discovers the celestial mechanics of that deliverance. The memory of being heard was the comfort. The knowledge of being guarded is the assurance. The promise unfolds, not as a vague spiritual principle, but as a vivid, military reality, a deployment of heaven's own forces for the protection of the trusting heart. This poor man cried, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The testimony is personal, grounding the cosmic truth in the gritty reality of a specific, desperate cry. The poor man is not defined by his material lack, but by his spiritual posture. The one who knows he has no resource of his own, no inner fortress to retreat to, no strength but that which is borrowed. His poverty is his qualification. His cry is his weapon. And the Lord's response is not a general benevolence, but a targeted, effective salvation from all his troubles. The deliverance is comprehensive, leaving no distress outside the scope of his saving power. The soul remembers its own poverty, its own cry in the darkness, and sees in this testimony a pattern of divine faithfulness that is as reliable as the dawn. Then comes the revelation of the invisible garrison, the hidden army that makes such salvation possible. The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. The imagery is one of a sovereign establishing a protective perimeter. An encampment is not a temporary bivouac. It is a fortified, organized settlement, a circle of defense designed for a prolonged stay. The angel of the Lord, a phrase often denoting a special, powerful manifestation of God's presence, does not merely make a fleeting visit. He pitches his tent, he establishes his camp, he sets up a ring of fire and faith around the one who fears the Lord. This fear is not the terror of the ungodly, but the clean, awe-filled reverence that endures forever, the posture of the soul that has set the Lord always before it. The camp is established round about, a complete 360-degree coverage. There is no vulnerable flank, no unguarded approach. The fears that once attacked from every side are now met by a defense on every side. The encampment is silent, invisible to the natural eye, but its reality is more solid than the mountains, its vigilance more certain than the turning of the earth. This angelic encampment is not a passive shield, it is an active, delivering force, and delivereth them. The verb is present and continuous. The deliverance is not a single, past event, but an ongoing operation. The angel does not merely stand guard. He sallies forth. He engages the enemy. He breaks the snares of the fowler. He confronts the terror that walks in darkness. He fights the battles that rage in the unseen realms. The soul, resting within this holy perimeter, is the beneficiary of a conflict it cannot see and a victory it did not win. The deliverance from fears, from troubles, from the great transgression is executed by this divine agency. The memory of being saved is now understood as the direct result of this celestial guardianship, a deliverance wrought by the one who commands the hosts of heaven and who stations them for the defense of the humblest heart that trusts in his name. In the deep quiet of the night, this truth settles upon the spirit with a weight of glory. The room, which might feel like a place of solitude and vulnerability, is in fact the center of a supernatural encampment. The silence is not empty. It is filled with the vigilant presence of the angel of the Lord. The darkness is not a void, but a canvas upon which the lines of this divine defense are drawn. The soul, which once felt the cold breath of anxiety on its neck, now feels the warm, sure atmosphere of a protected space. The creaks of the house are not portents of danger, but merely the settling of a world that is itself held within a greater divine order. The angel encamps, not at a distance, but round about, so near that his presence is a tangible peace, a whispered assurance that the one who fears the Lord need never fear anything else. The deliverance is as sure as the encampment is real, a perpetual, active rescue that turns every night of trouble into a watched-over sanctuary and every cry of the poor man into a trigger for the mobilization of heaven's most powerful deliverer. There is an invitation that transcends mere instruction, a call to move beyond the hearing of testimony into the intimate, sensory experience of God's own nature. The soul, having recounted the deliverance wrought by the angel of the Lord, now turns from the memory of rescue to the present, palpable reality of divine goodness. It is a goodness not to be studied from a distance, but to be savored, to be taken into the deepest parts of the being, a nourishment that proves its worth not in the description, but in the tasting. The promise arrives as both a gentle command and a wondrous promise, an open door to a feast where the only requirement is a willing hunger, a trust that dares to believe the host is as good as he claims. "Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good." The words are an appeal to the spiritual senses, a summons to engage with God on the level of direct, personal encounter. To taste is to sample, to partake, to allow a substance to enter and transform one's internal state. It is the move from theory to reality, from believing God is good to discovering that His goodness is the most satisfying reality the soul has ever known. It is the first sip of water in a desert, the first bite of bread after a long fast, a shock of life, a confirmation that the rumors of abundance were true. The soul is invited not to a theological concept, but to a person whose character is the very essence of goodness, and the only way to know it is to taste it for oneself. This tasting leads inevitably to a state of blessedness, a condition of happiness that is the natural habitat of the trusting heart. Blessed is the man that trusteth in Him. The blessedness is not a reward tacked on after the fact. It is the inherent atmosphere of a life that leans its whole weight upon God. It is the same blessedness of the man who meditates day and night on the law, the same stability of the tree planted by the rivers of water. To trust is to cease striving, to relinquish the burden of self-preservation, and to find one's security in the Rock of Ages. This trust is the act of swallowing the tasted goodness, of internalizing it until it becomes the very blood and bone of one's spiritual existence. The blessed man is not he who has no troubles, but he who, in the midst of them, has found a refuge so sure, a goodness so real, that his soul rests in a deep and unassailable peace. His blessedness is the quiet confidence that the one who is good is also in control, and that to be held by Him is the highest state of human flourishing. The call to holiness is now framed not as a burdensome duty, but as the joyful response of a heart that has tasted this goodness. O fear the Lord, ye His saints. The fear invoked is the clean, enduring reverence, the awe that is the soul's only appropriate posture before such majesty and mercy. It is the fear that purifies delight, that keeps the tasting from becoming presumptuous, that maintains the holy wonder of the relationship. This fear is for the saints, those set apart, the holy ones who belong to God. It is their family secret, their shared orientation toward the one who is their portion. To fear Him is to keep the palate clean, to preserve the capacity to taste His goodness without the dulling film of sin or the bitter aftertaste of rebellion. It is the fear that is itself a sweetness, a constant, humbling awareness that makes every glimpse of His grace feel like a staggering gift. The ultimate evidence of this goodness, the most tangible fruit of trusting and fearing the Lord, is a profound and miraculous sufficiency. For there is no want to them that fear him. The declaration is absolute, echoing the shepherd's promise from the green pastures. The want here is the aching sense of lack, the gnawing fear of not having enough provision, enough strength, enough love, enough time. But for the one who fears the Lord, this lack is abolished. It is not that every earthly desire is gratified, but that the soul's deepest hunger is met in God Himself. The one who has tasted and seen that the Lord is good discovers that He is the portion that satisfies, the cup that overflows. The desire for lesser things quietens in the presence of the ultimate thing. The young lions, the symbols of fierce, self-sufficient strength, do suffer want and hunger. They rely on their own power, their own cunning, their own ferocity to secure their needs, and they often go lacking. Their strength becomes their weakness, their independence their poverty. But they that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing. The seeking is the continuous posture of the trusting heart, the constant turning toward the source of all good. And the promise is that no good thing will be withheld from such a seeker. The good thing is defined by the goodness of God Himself. It is not the superficial good of momentary pleasure, but the eternal good of His presence, His peace, His purpose. The soul that seeks Him finds that every need is met in the context of His will, that every true good is lavishly supplied, and that the one who has tasted His goodness will never, ever be ultimately left wanting. In the quiet assurance of this promise, the soul finds that its seeking is its finding, its trust is its blessedness, and its fear of the Lord is the very key to a life of glorious, unending satisfaction. The soul, having tasted the boundless goodness of the Lord and rested in the assurance of His angelic encampment, now feels a gentle stirring, a shift from receiving to imparting, from learning to guiding. The profound peace that has been cultivated in the secret place begins to overflow its banks, becoming a quiet river of wisdom meant to nourish other wandering hearts. The voice that once cried out in distress now softens into the tone of a teacher, a parent gathering children at the knee, not to scold, but to share the secrets of a life lived in the light of God's countenance. The invitation is tender, an echo of the divine call to taste and see, but now framed as a lesson in the fundamental art of living well, of navigating the world with a heart that is both fearless and full of peace. The soul, having been delivered from its own fears, now longs to see others walk in that same glorious liberty. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. The call is not to the wise and the learned, but to the children, to the simple, the trusting, the ones whose hearts are still soft and open to instruction. It is an invitation to listen, to lean in, to receive the wisdom that has been forged in the fires of experience and cooled in the waters of grace. The soul positions itself not as a master, but as a fellow traveler who has walked the path a little farther and has returned to point out the hidden snares and the sure footholds. The hearkening is an act of humility, a willingness to be taught, to admit that one does not know the way alone. In the quiet of the night, this call resonates with the gentle authority of love, a whisper promising that the path to peace is not a mystery to be solved, but a truth to be received from the lips of those who have found it. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. The curriculum is announced, and it is singular. The fear of the Lord is not the first in a list of subjects. It is the entire syllabus. This is the clean, enduring reverence that is the beginning of wisdom, the foundation upon which every other lesson is built. It is the fear that delivers from all other fears, the awe that puts every other concern in its proper perspective. The soul promises to teach not a set of rules, but a posture of the heart, a way of seeing the world through the lens of God's majesty and mercy. This fear is the key that unlocks the door to the blessed life, the orientation that makes the tasting of God's goodness possible. It is the fear that is itself a form of love, a trembling joy in the presence of overwhelming holiness. The teaching is not a lecture, but an impartation, a sharing of the soul's own most precious discovery, that to fear the Lord is to be free from everything else that demands our terror or our tribute. The instruction immediately becomes practical, addressing the most fundamental human desire. What man is he that desireth life, and loveth many days, that he may see good? The question is universal, reaching across time and culture. Who does not want to live a long, good life, filled with days that are rich with meaning and joy? It is the unspoken prayer of every human heart, the deep-seated yearning for existence that is more than mere survival, for a story that is marked by goodness. The soul does not dismiss this desire as worldly. It acknowledges it as God-given and presents the fear of the Lord as the very means of its fulfillment. The good life is not found in the frantic pursuit of pleasure, but in the quiet pursuit of God. The many days are not merely a quantity of time, but a quality of existence, a life so aligned with its Creator that every day, however long or short, is infused with the goodness that comes from His hand. The answer to this universal longing is now given, a prescription for a life that is both long and good. Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. The wisdom begins with the most powerful and unruly member of the body, the tongue. The soul understands that the quality of a life is often determined by the quality of its words. To keep the tongue from evil is to refuse the poison of slander, gossip, and cruelty. To keep the lips from speaking guile is to renounce deception, flattery, and manipulative speech. This is the practical outworking of the fear of the Lord, for a heart that truly reveres God will seek to use its words as He does, to create, to bless, and to speak truth in love. The tongue, once a source of trouble and regret, becomes an instrument of peace and edification, preserving the soul from the strife and relational decay that shorten days and steal goodness. The instruction turns inward, from the words spoken to the actions chosen. Depart from evil and do good. The command is a single motion in two parts, a turning away and a turning toward. To depart from evil is a conscious, willful flight from all that opposes God's good and peaceful order, from the ways of the wicked, the counsel of the ungodly, and the seat of the scornful. It is the active rejection of the paths that lead to multiplied sorrows. But departure is not enough. It must be followed by a positive pursuit. do good. This is the proactive life of righteousness, the active cultivation of love, kindness, justice, and mercy. It is the life of the tree planted by the river, which not only refuses to wither but actively brings forth its fruit in season. The soul is called not just to avoid wrong, but to actively do right, to become a conduit of God's own goodness in a world that is parched for it. The final piece of the prescription addresses the inner world, the hidden source of both words and actions. Seek peace and pursue it. Peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of a deep, divinely sourced wholeness, the shalom that encompasses right relationship with God, with others, and with oneself. The soul is commanded not to wait for peace to arrive, but to seek it out, to hunt for it with the determination of a prospector searching for gold. It is a pursuit, an active, energetic quest for reconciliation, for inner calm, for the serenity that comes from trusting in the Lord's sovereignty. This seeking of peace is the ultimate safeguard for a long and good life, for a heart at war with itself or its neighbors is a heart that is slowly destroying itself from within. To pursue peace is to pursue the very character of God, who is the author of peace and the source of all true and lasting goodness. In the quiet of the night, the soul, having shared this wisdom, rests in the certainty that the one who teaches the fear of the Lord is also the one who empowers it, and that the path of peace, though it requires a pursuit, is a path that he himself has already walked and perfectly prepared for all his children. In the profound stillness that follows the sharing of wisdom, the soul's focus shifts from the outward path of peace to the unwavering, intimate gaze of God Himself. The instruction to depart from evil and do good is not given into a void, but into the attentive atmosphere of a divine watchfulness that misses nothing. The soul, having guided others toward the fear of the Lord, now rests in the breathtaking truth that this holy fear is met with an even holier attention. The Lord is not a distant overseer. His eyes are actively, lovingly fixed upon the world, but with a discernment that distinguishes between the postures of the human heart. His gaze is not a uniform beam, but a focused light that seeks out righteousness and responds to the cry of the broken. The promise unfolds with the precision of a celestial law, a revelation of how the universe truly operates under the governance of a God who sees, who hears, and who draws near. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous. The declaration is one of tender, specific focus. The righteous are not those who are morally flawless, but those who, like the blessed man, have taken refuge in God, whose trust has become their righteousness. Upon these, the gaze of the Lord rests with favor and guardianship. His eyes are upon them in the green pasture, guiding them to the still water. His eyes are upon them in the valley of the shadow, a steady presence in the gloom. His eyes are upon them at the prepared table, a host ensuring their every need is met. This is not the surveillance of a suspicious master, but the attentive care of a loving father watching his child take its first steps, ready to catch, to guide, to encourage. The soul, feeling the weight of this gaze, understands that its journey is never solitary, its struggles never unseen. Every act of faith, every sacrifice of righteousness, Every whispered prayer is observed by eyes full of compassion and approval, and his ears are open unto their cry. The attentiveness of God is not limited to sight, it extends to sound. His ears are not merely capable of hearing, they are open, a posture of deliberate, receptive listening. The cry of the righteous, the same cry that delivered the poor man from all his fears, travels on an unobstructed path to the divine throne. It is not lost in the cacophony of a busy universe. The Lord hears the specific timbre of this one voice, the unique frequency of this particular need. His hearing is the prelude to his acting, the guarantee that no plea offered in faith will go unanswered. The soul, remembering its own cries in the night, feels a fresh wave of gratitude for this open ear, this promise that its voice, however weak, is always heard by the one whose power is made perfect in weakness. This divine favor stands in stark contrast to the fate of those who choose a different path. The face of the Lord is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The imagery is sobering. The same face that shines with favor upon the righteous is set in opposition to those who persist in evil. It is the face of a king turned against a rebel, a judge whose countenance conveys a verdict. This is not the petty anger of a deity, but the necessary, holy opposition of good against evil, of life against death. To have the face of the Lord against one is to be cut off from the source of all life and blessing. The consequence is the ultimate oblivion. The remembrance of them is cut off from the earth. Their legacy is not one of lasting impact or eternal significance, but of dust and forgetfulness, a life that, for all its noise and striving, leaves no permanent mark on the story of God's redemptive work. The soul, contemplating this, feels the gravity of its own choices, the sheer grace that has turned its face toward the light and kept it from the path that leads to being forgotten. Then comes the most tender, most profound promise in the entire psalm, a truth that has comforted 1,000,000 breaking hearts. The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The testimony is repeated, but now with an emphasis on the comprehensive nature of the deliverance. It is not some troubles, but all of them. The troubles may be external, the encamped hosts, the rising wars, the false witnesses, or they may be internal, the secret faults, the haunting fears, the deep sorrows. The Lord's deliverance is equal to them all. He hears the cry, and he acts. The deliverance may not always look like the soul expects. It may be a deliverance through the trouble rather than from it, a granting of strength to endure rather than a removal of the thorn. But it is a deliverance nonetheless, a rescue that ensures the trouble will not have the final word, that it will not break the spirit or sever the soul from its God. The righteous are not promised a trouble-free life, but a trouble-proof relationship, a deliverance that is as certain as the faithfulness of the one who promises it. The final verse gathers all the preceding truths into a single, stunning affirmation of God's intimate proximity to human pain. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart. The word nigh means near, close at hand. It is the language of presence, of companionship. The broken heart is not merely sad, it is shattered. its pieces scattered, its structure compromised by grief, loss, failure, or despair. It is the ultimate state of human vulnerability, and it is precisely to this state that God draws especially near. He does not observe from a safe distance. He kneels in the dust with the brokenhearted. His presence is not a theory, but a tangible comfort, a hand on the shoulder in the sterile hospital room, a peace that descends in the funeral home, a strength that flows into the spirit when all natural strength is gone. He is nigh, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. The contrite spirit is the one that is crushed by the weight of its own sin and failure, the one that has cried, "Cleanse thou me from secret faults." It is the spirit that has given up the pretense of self-sufficiency and stands empty-handed before God. For such a spirit, the nearness of the Lord is salvation itself. His presence is the saving act. To be near to the contrite is to heal them, to lift them, to rebuild them from the inside out. The salvation is not just from external punishment, but from the internal prison of guilt and shame. It is the salvation that declares, "You are forgiven, you are clean, you are mine." The soul, lying in the quiet, receives this truth as the ultimate answer to its own moments of brokenness and contrition. The eyes that are upon the righteous are also filled with tears for the brokenhearted. The ears that are open to the cry are also attuned to the silent sob. The Lord is not far off in the heavens, too majestic to care for shattered lives. He is nigh, so very nigh, that his presence becomes the healing, his nearness the salvation, for every heart that is humble enough to be broken, and every spirit that is wise enough to be contrite. The soul, having rested in the profound assurance of God's nearness to the brokenhearted, now confronts the undeniable reality of the righteous path, a path that, for all its divine companionship and angelic guardianship, is not a paved boulevard of ease, but often a narrow trail through rugged terrain. The promise of deliverance does not negate the presence of the struggle. It reframes it, placing every affliction within the context of a greater, unfolding redemption. The journey of trust is not an escape from the human condition, but a pilgrimage through it, armed with the certainty that no sorrow is wasted, no pain is final, and no enemy scheme can ultimately succeed against the one whose life is hidden in God. The final verses of this psalm of experience and testimony arrive as a sobering yet triumphant conclusion, acknowledging the cost of discipleship while proclaiming the absolute victory of divine faithfulness. Many are the afflictions of the righteous. The statement is a clear-eyed acknowledgement, stripping away any illusion that a life of faith is a charm against hardship. The righteous, those who fear the Lord, who seek peace, who cry out from a trusting heart, are not spared the common lot of humanity. They face the same physical illnesses, the same relational fractures, the same financial pressures, the same griefs that touch all who live under the sun. Their afflictions may, at times, be multiplied precisely because of their allegiance to a different kingdom, because they refuse to walk in the counsel of the ungodly or stand in the way of sinners. The soul, remembering its own valleys and sieges, finds a strange comfort in this honesty. The presence of affliction is not a sign of God's displeasure. but a shared feature of the journey, a mark of solidarity with a groaning creation and with the one who was himself a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. But the Lord delivereth him out of them all. This is the counterpoint that changes everything. The afflictions are many, but the deliverance is comprehensive. The Lord does not promise to spare the righteous from entering the fire, but he pledges to bring them through it without the smell of smoke upon their garments. The deliverance is out of them all, every single one. There is no affliction so deep, so complex, or so prolonged that it falls outside the scope of his saving power. The soul recalls the angel encamping round about, the ears open to the cry, the nearness to the broken heart. These are the mechanisms of the deliverance. It may come as a sudden rescue, a slow healing, an internal fortitude, or the ultimate deliverance into glory, but it will come. The promise is not that the righteous will be immune to trouble, but that they will be victorious over it, that every affliction will be made a servant to their sanctification and a testament to God's faithfulness. This divine protection extends to the most fragile aspect of the righteous, their very physical being. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. The promise is one of meticulous preservation, a guardianship that operates on the molecular level. In the ancient world, a broken bone was a catastrophic injury, often leading to permanent disability or death. This verse finds its ultimate prophetic fulfillment in the crucifixion of Christ, the ultimate righteous one, of whom it was said, "Not a bone of him shall be broken." For the believer, it is a powerful metaphor of God's commitment to preserve their integrity, their core identity, through any trial. The afflictions may wound, they may scar, they may cause immense pain, but they cannot break the essential self that God has redeemed and is preserving for eternity. The soul is kept, its foundation secure, its structure upheld by the one who numbers the very hairs on its head. The fate of the wicked, however, follows a different, inexorable law. Evil shall slay the wicked. The judgment is not arbitrary, but intrinsic. Evil is not merely punished, it is self-consuming. The choices made in rebellion against God's good order carry within them the seeds of their own destruction. The pursuit of vanity, the love of leasing, the hastening after other gods, these are not paths to life, but to a slow or sudden spiritual suicide. The wicked are not so much struck down by an external hand as they are devoured by the very things they worship. Their malice turns inward, their deceit ensnares their own souls, and their rejection of the source of life leads inevitably to death. The contrast with the preserved bones of the righteous could not be more stark. One is kept intact by grace, the other is slain by their own chosen master. And they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. The desolation is a state of utter emptiness and abandonment. Those who set themselves as enemies of God's people, who persecute, slander, or oppress the righteous, ultimately find themselves on the losing side of history. Their hatred, for all its present power, has no future. It leads to a desolate inheritance, a legacy of ruin. The righteous may suffer at their hands for a time, but the final chapter belongs to God, and He will vindicate His own. The desolation of the wicked is the silent, empty aftermath of a life spent in opposition to the one who alone can fill and satisfy. The psalm concludes with a final, glorious affirmation of redemption, a word that encompasses purchase, liberation, and ultimate restoration. The Lord redeemeth the soul of his servants. The soul, which cried, "Preserve me, O God," now hears the answer echoed in this promise of redemption. To redeem is to buy back from captivity, to pay a price to secure freedom. The soul of the servant, once enslaved to sin, fear, and the curse of death, is purchased by the costly grace of God. This redemption is not merely a future hope, but a present reality, a continual work of deliverance from the power of sin and the grip of the enemy. The servant belongs to the Lord twice over, by creation and by redemption. The ultimate promise seals the covenant for all who take refuge in him, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. The word desolate here is the same used for the fate of the wicked, but now it is categorically denied for the trusting heart. The one who trusts in the Lord will never be abandoned, never be left empty, never be ultimately forsaken. This is the final answer to the many afflictions, the sure hope against the slaying power of evil. The soul that has tasted and seen, that has sought peace and feared the Lord, that has cried out from a broken and contrite spirit, is held in a relationship that guarantees its eternal significance and its everlasting home. The night, with all its potential for fear and desolation, is thereby transformed. The afflictions, though real, are temporary way stations on a journey whose destination is a redeemed and undesolate eternity, where every tear is wiped away, every bone is whole, and every soul that trusted in the Lord dwells in the light of his countenance forever. The final veil of consciousness begins to descend, not as a shroud of fear, but as a gentle, gathering twilight. The soul, having journeyed through the vast and varied landscapes of the Psalter, from the green pastures of the shepherd's care to the star-strewn declarations of cosmic majesty, from the secret pavilion of the Most High to the intimate cry for a cleansed heart, now rests in a profound and settled quiet. The myriad themes, once distinct melodies of trust, deliverance, and praise, now weave themselves into a single, harmonious chord that resonates in the deepest chambers of the spirit. The Lord is my shepherd, therefore I shall not want. He is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? He is my portion and my cup. My lot is secure in pleasant places. He is the keeper of Israel, who neither slumbers nor sleeps. His law is perfect, converting the soul. His goodness is sweeter than honey, more desirable than fine gold. He is nigh unto the brokenhearted. He redeemeth the soul of his servants. All these truths, collected like precious stones throughout the long watch of the night, now form a single, unshakable altar upon which the final, sacred surrender can be laid. The body, weary from the day's labors and the soul's nocturnal travels, feels the pull of gravity, a welcome heaviness that signals the release of all striving. The mind, which had been a field of battle and a sanctuary of prayer, now stills its constant turning. There is no more need for analysis, for pleading, for wrestling. The work of the night is complete. The fears have been named and delivered. The desires have been purified and focused. The confessions have been uttered and met with grace. All that remains is the simple, profound act of trust, the ultimate letting go, the final breath of faith before the mystery of sleep. It is not a surrender to oblivion, but a conscious entrusting into hands that have been proven, time and again, to be utterly faithful and strong. Into your hands I commit my spirit. The words are not an original prayer, but an ancient echo, the final utterance of saints and martyrs, the last whisper of the Savior himself on the cross. They are the ultimate distillation of every song, the logical conclusion of every cry for preservation and every declaration of trust. To commit the spirit is to release the very core of one's being, the conscious self, the will, the memory, the hidden fears, and the secret hopes, into the custody of God. It is the soul's final, definitive answer to the question, who will keep me in the vulnerable, defenseless state of sleep? The answer has been written across the entire Psalter: the Lord will. The shepherd will guard the flock through the dark hours. The keeper of Israel will maintain his vigilant watch. The angel of the Lord will maintain his encampment round about. The Redeemer will hold the purchased soul in everlasting arms. This commitment is the soul's final act of worship before the altar of sleep. It is a sacrifice of righteousness, the offering of a will that chooses to believe in the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, even as consciousness recedes into the land of dreams and shadows. It is the fruit of the blessed man's meditation, the practical outcome of delighting in the law of the Lord day and night. The spirit, which has been restored and counseled, which has been lightened and made glad, now willingly, peacefully, returns to its source for the night's renewal, like a river flowing back into the ocean from which it came. And with this commitment comes a blessing for the night, a whispered benediction over the hours of unknowing. May the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, stand guard over your heart and your mind. May the angels charge to keep you, bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against the stone of nightmares or the terror that walks in darkness. May the Lord, your shade upon your right hand, preserve your going out into the world of dreams and your coming back into the dawn. May your flesh rest in hope, and may your soul, committed into faithful hands, find a deep and healing repose. This night is not a void to be feared, but a sanctuary to be entered, a holy parenthesis in time, a gift of grace from the one who gives his beloved sleep. For woven into the very fabric of this trust is a hope that is as certain as the promise of the coming dawn. The night is far spent, the day is at hand. The same faithfulness that guards the stars in their courses and commands the sun to rise will, without fail, bring the morning. The soul that commits itself to God in the dark can rest in the absolute assurance of a new day. There will be light. There will be mercy, new and fresh for the morning's needs. There will be goodness to taste and see once more. The afflictions of the night, though real, are temporary, but the loving kindness of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting. The final thought before sleep is not one of dread for the challenges tomorrow may hold, but of quiet anticipation for the faithfulness that will meet them. The Lord, who has been your help, will not leave you nor forsake you. He will be your strength with the sun's first rays, your portion in the day's labor, your song in the evening's quiet. And so, the soul settles. The breath deepens and slows, sinking with the rhythm of a world held in divine hands. The last conscious prayer is also the first truth of the new existence that is sleep. You are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord, in the waking and the sleeping, in the living and the dying, and forevermore. In this perfect peace, the journey through the Psalms finds its quiet, triumphant end, and the spirit, fully and finally committed, slips into the guarded, blessed rest that God and God alone can give.